national MedBed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own MedBed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation, equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength. This is the beginning of a new era in American healthcare.
In this first phase, only a limited number of MedBed cards will be released. Registration details will be announced very soon. Breaking now, President Donald J. Trump has announced a historic new healthcare system, the launch of America's first MedBed hospitals and a national MedBed card for every citizen.
Every American will soon receive their own MedBed card. With it, you'll have guaranteed access to our new hospitals led by the top doctors in the nation, equipped with the most advanced technology in the world. These facilities are safe, modern, and designed to restore every citizen to full health and strength. This is the beginning of a new era in American healthcare.
In this first phase, only a limited number of MedBed cards will be released. Registration details will be announced very soon. Breaking now, President Donald.
Sorry, everybody. Sorry about that. That's not a good transition. Is up, everybody? Welcome to the motherfucking News
bing,
Underground.
Bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Bing, bing, ding. Bong, bong, bong. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. You looking for real news? Well, you just so happen to find it. It's right on the bottom. Just had to, oh, popular streamer. Oh, entertaining. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's sexy. You had to throw away all that. And now you got to me. Yay! I don't have tits that you want to look at. I have tits, but you don't want to look at them. Sorry. Looking fresh in this motherfucker. Number one in the chat's your boy, Bulletproof Bullet. OG in the chat. True regulator up in this motherfucker. Hope everybody's doing well. We're just going to jump right into it. I got so much fucking news as usual. 1 day's worth of news. Here's 1 day's worth of fucking news. I take 1 day off. I take 1 fucking day off. Look at this. This is your fault. Okay? I'm looking at you, everybody. Literally everybody on planet Earth. I'm looking at you. This is your fault. Okay? You ever heard of work-life balance? Everybody? Huh? Yeah, I didn't think so. A free rave the city hosted. Was there like alcohol and drugs at this rave? A rave isn't a rave without like drugs and stuff. You got to have some drugs. The city let you take some E and, you know, smoke some chuma there? Really? Tons of booths selling alcohol? Fuck yeah, baby. I don't mean to dox you, but what city is this? Huh? What city is this? Is this the city that Beetlejuice conjured up in the movie when he was trying to get them to say his name? Bonn, Germany. Oh, okay. That actually makes a lot of sense then. Okay. No security. They had car barriers up, but that's it. Yeah, I mean, you got to have those up. We just had a major tragedy here in Vancouver. It was an ethnic festival, and a guy just uses his car, kills like, I don't know, half a dozen people. It's one of the worst mass death incidents in Vancouver. So yeah, you at least at the very least get your fucking car barriers up there. But yeah, props to Germany over here. I used to be mad at Germany for some reason. Some reason I couldn't remember. I forget all the reasons why I was mad at Germany. Now let's acknowledge Palestine as a country and Palestinians as human beings, and we're off to the fucking races, Germany. We had one here at Christmas. Someone went through the Christmas market. Yeah. Well, no, I don't know if another one. We didn't have it. You know, it was a couple months ago. It was like 3 or 4 months ago. The one that I'm referencing. It doesn't seem like it was that long ago. It doesn't seem like it was that short of a time. But Germany at least stopped all weapons shipments and hasn't approved anymore, which is a fantastic start. I mean, that's where you start. Okay, that's actually more important than recognition. Even, you know, recognition's important, but if I'm going to pick a starting point, it's the weapons and supplies and money. Okay, obviously. So that's where we start. Now, I didn't show this. Speaking of Israel, it's a good thing because I wanted to show this right away. I didn't show this yesterday, but I wanted to show it. Here are the people walking out on Bibi Netanyahu. These are all representatives of various countries. And as you can see, it's a good portion of the world. It's a good portion of the world. And no, Bibi, they're not anti-Semites. So look at all the anti-Semites. Really? Really? And it's like, he knows the argument is disingenuous, but he's going to wring every bit of use out of it, you know, before moving on to the next thing. And they don't really have another thing more powerful than calling you an anti-Semite, right? But here we go. It's a traffic jam. So many people wanting to leave. They had to wait in line. That's how many people wanted to get the fuck out of there. So this is great. Everybody else sitting there supporting genocide. All right? Sitting there supporting genocide, getting their money. They were paid. They got a job to do. Bibi Netanyahu's got to sit here.
Order in the hall.
He's got to sit. He's just got to sit here and take it, wearing his little QR code to his snuff film. It's adorable how they try. They're like, we're the victims. We're the victims. I really couldn't imagine the Nazis when they were committing atrocities, expecting the world to feel bad for them. And like, it's kind of a failure, right? Because the strategy kind of hinges on the world giving them a break. The world doesn't want to give them a break. The world's walking out.
And please be seated.
Look at all these anti-Semites, huh, Barry Weiss? You fucking hack. Wrong side of history. I hope they put your picture right next to a picture of a dead Palestinian child in the history books, Barry Weiss. I hope they put that picture that you put on your masthead or whatever, smiling, looking so bright and so effervescent, sitting next to the work that you're so proud of. I really do hope that's the case for you, Barry. I hope for the time immemorial, your name is associated with genocide, Barry Weiss. I hope that's the case. I hope that for you. Uh-oh. You better stop, Simply Steve. You're hurting their feelings.
Please, order in the hall.
You're hurting their feelings, Simply Steve. Fascists have feelings, too. We're rapid fire, folks. We're keeping her moving. On to the next subject. Please, God, make it stop. Once defiant Mayor Eric Adams now says he's dropping out of the race. Celebrate! Bust out the fucking champagne. Woo! Feels so nice to breathe. Feels so nice. This is great. Piece of shit down the fucking tube. Love to see it. Nah, 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 nah. Hey, hey, hey. Enjoy your Fox News job, or maybe a job with the Trump administration. Failing up. Congratulations. So obviously, you know, the big dog that we have to deal with is Cuomo here. Right. Well, if you don't know what the fuck I'm even talking about, this is related to the New York mayoral's race. Zohran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and Eric Adams, who's the current mayor, one of the most corrupt mayors. Also, apparently, very, very rare in New York politics for a mayor to go a single term. I mean, I'm telling you, I think I remember reporting like day one or day two of this guy's administration, he was already stuffing money in his pockets. The corruption started immediately with Eric Adams. The motherfucker hit full gas, dude. No break. Woo! Give me that dough. I've never seen. Well, I can't say that anymore. Of course not. Okay. I mean, no one takes the cake for Trump, right? But I mean, in New York politics, New York mayor, it really, really doesn't get worse than Eric Adams. Let's just get just a minute of this, and you know, pop the Chambly. Look. Yesterday, evil died. Evil died just for a moment. Maybe evil stubbed its toe. Okay? Just for a moment. Did the left have anything to do with this? Yes. No, we did. We actually did. We did something. Do you know how the left did this? With our unyielding, shameless support of a democratic socialist. That's how the left did it. Oh, you're supporting Trump. Oh, you're supporting Hamas. And oh, you're supporting this. Oh, you support chaos. And oh, you status quo. It's going to be fear, be afraid. He's brown. Blah, 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 blah. We put all that shit to the side, and we said, no, I want that motherfucker. Yeah, the guy, you know, doing positivity raps in the ice cream truck. Yeah, I want that guy. Yeah, you bet. Can I actually have like 100 more of these guys born in the United States? Would be especially nice. Let's just get a minute of this.
Democrat frontrunner Zohran Mamdani,
the button is so
former Governor
fucking
Andrew
small.
Cuomo.
How are 300-year-old people supposed to do this? The button is smaller than Donald Trump's PP. Okay, what the fuck over here? All right, I'm supposed to be, you know, because like old people be watching news. All right, what the fuck is an old person supposed to do here? Bust out the fucking 3-stage magnifying glass? Well, how do I turn on the volume? I can't fucking do it. I'm only 40. Oh my God, I'm 40.
Mayor Adams announcing that decision just this afternoon. So it is now a three-way race between Democrat frontrunner Zohran Mamdani, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who's running as an independent, and Guardian Angels founder and Republican candidate Curtis Sliwa.
There's a couple other ways to describe this insane person. Okay? All right. Okay? Okay.
Course, Melissa Russo live in our newsroom with this latest development this afternoon. Melissa.
Yes, Rana, Mayor Eric Adams' poll numbers simply were not budging. His aides in recent days were describing the city's second black mayor as being deeply conflicted about his path forward.
How about deeply corrupted? You know what I mean? I mean, they deserve this. They deserve their annihilation. They've proven themselves to be useless until the very fucking end. And they deserve this. They really do. What is the point of an MSNBC or an NBC affiliate over here? You're not going to identify Eric Adams as being historically corrupt. You're just going to ignore that little factoid. You know what? I bet you if this was a Zoran Mamdani, it would be historically corrupt. I remember how they treated Blasio. He deserved it. He was corrupt in certain areas, and they wouldn't let you forget it. Constant reminder the guy was mired in scandal. But they can't, they just, he's trying to find a way forward.
On one hand, wanting the...
I'm sorry, I'll shut up. I'm being obnoxious today.
On another hand, needing to plan for his future. Facing intense pressure to drop out, he pulled the plug today.
Entering the frame on the Gracie Mansion stairs, then exiting the race in an 8-minute-long prepared video. Mayor Eric Adams with a picture of his late mother and some Frank Sinatra.
I cannot continue.
Shamelessness on level. He will be hired by Donald Trump. He will be hired by Donald Trump. You're putting your dead mother's face on your historically greedy, shitty career. You masqueraded as a left-wing Democrat, got in there, started right-winging it right up, agreeing with all the COVID skeptics. I mean, it just never ends with this guy. Look him up. Puts his mother's face on that shit, dude. Puts his mother's face on that shit. His dead mother's face on that shit. It's amazing. It really is something, isn't it? It's. I need to write this down, actually. I got it.
My re-election campaign.
The mayor said the constant media speculation that he would quit and the campaign finance rulings denying him millions in matching dollars made it impossible to compete. But this time, Mayor Adams noticeably not blaming Andrew Cuomo for bullying him out of the race.
Andrew Cuomo is a snake and a liar.
That was an allegation he had repeated as he insisted he was in this race to win. But more recently, those public denials grew less convincing.
You're saying that you are not leaving the race and there's no circumstance you can see that you would withdraw. No, I can't say that.
If Eric Adams wants to speak a little bit more about Andrew Cuomo being a liar and a snake, as he put it a few weeks ago, I'd be happy to have that conversation with him.
Frontrunner and Democratic nominee.
I gotta say, Zoran, he's been doing the tour here. One second. Okay, there we go. And he has been very, very careful. Zoran, he knows how to play the game. He's 100% a politician. Let's not forget that, Zoran Mamdani. And he is tiptoeing around the questions about, what do you think about these people? He's avoiding opportunities to shit on these people. He's not refraining from criticizing them, as you can see there, but he's not going out, he's really avoiding sounding mean. He's doing the exact opposite of what I would do, and just completely dumping on these people. He's being very, very careful and strategic about how he is criticizing and attacking his opponent, keeping it 100% from Zoran's perspective, 100% on policy. Everybody else is like, hey, you want to shit on these people, especially Eric Adams, you've basically defeated him. You want to take a victory lap, and he's turning the other cheek. You have to be careful with that. We've seen Democrats in the past turning the other cheek, failing to take advantage of wide openings that their opponents present. Right, because they're turning the other cheek, they're taking the high ground, right? So he has to be very, very careful with it. And I think once again he's showing how to actually do that, how to actually still seem somewhat above the fray. I'm not petty, I'm not a Donald Trump, but still criticizing, still still going for the jugular when it comes to the corruption cases. And this guy won't shut up about Andrew Cuomo's corruption. I mean, just going right for the jugular, no tiptoeing. And that's where your average neoliberal drops the ball. Like a Debbie Wasserman Schultz over here, you know, like just for example, like, you know, I'm just making something up. But if she was debating Trump, she would do something like acknowledge that he's really good at deal making. Well, maybe you're good at deal making, right? She would acquiesce certain things to her Republican opponents. That's not what Zoran is doing. He's being very, very strategic about, okay, I'm shitting, this is how I'm going to shit on you. And it's going to be very policy oriented. It's going to be very connected. I'm going to talk about the things that are connected directly to New Yorkers, how you're fucking them over, how you're a criminal. Okay, I don't really care if you're annoying, Oh, and he also points out the sex pest stuff, which is another thing neoliberals would, they wouldn't really do unless it was an emergency. Oh, then maybe we'll run ads that Andrew Cuomo's a sex pest. They will intentionally avoid stuff. Let's not forget it. Kamala Harris didn't say the words Jeffrey or Epstein during her entire historic campaign. And that was intentional. CNN, MSNBC, they all did the same thing. Not a fucking peep. Not a fucking peep. And the shit was bubbling up. There was new revelations and new news, right? They had opportunities to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, but they didn't, right? Because they're neoliberals. We're above it. Oh, well, Chuck Schumer might send us a terse email.
Zoran Mamdani dismissing the idea that the Adams dropout will help Andrew Cuomo overtake his lead. He linked Adams and Cuomo to President Donald Trump and billionaires meddling in the mayor's race.
Cuomo, I mean, look at his past. He's a bad guy. But Mondavi, I'll tell you what, it scares the hell out of me.
Think it'll have an impact?
No.
You think Mamdani will win anyway?
Yes, I do.
Because?
I think he has the hearts of New Yorkers.
I know why this motherfucker's smiling. I'm not going to say anything, but I know why this motherfucker's smiling. That's all I got to say. I love sundresses. Shut up.
I think he has the hearts of New Yorkers.
I think that Sliwa needs to drop out as well, and they need to partner together somehow, and then it may be possible.
One down, two to go.
Okay, yeah, tough guy. Sure. Okay. Hey, don't you have some I remember this fucking guy. This is the guy that was doing a Fox News interview with a bunch of his other anti-immigration goons. They saw some ethnic dude and was like, hey, over there, hey, oh, we got an immigrant right here, live on TV. We got an immigrant. Go take him down. Take him down. So him and his fucking goon squad go accost on live TV, go accost a random stranger. Turns out he's a citizen. Just looks Asian. Him with his little fucking cap. So apparently this is something he's been doing for if you don't know this character, he's been around actually since the 80s during the, a crime crackdown. He got a bunch of citizens together to do something about the rampant crime situation. And, for a little while, people weren't aware that this was like a race thing. And then, of course, it's a race thing. I was going to comment on this woman here. This is your average genocide supporter, folks. This is what they look like. Regular 40, 50-something, 60-something maybe. Wine every night. Okay. These are the people consuming Barry Weiss's content. These are the people that think Tapper Jake, look good on TV. They deserve to be on TV. The good presenter of the news. This is your average genocide supporter in the United States. This is kind of what they look like.
And then it may be possible.
One down, two to go. That's Cuomo and Zoran Mamdani. But it's good the soap opera is over.
The mayor's departure will undoubtedly mean mounting pressure on...
Just amazing, completely woofing it here. Damn, New Yorkers, yo. Goddamn New Yorkers, goddamn.
We want to drop out and clear an open path for Andrew Cuomo.
11%. 11%. That's why he gets news cameras in front of him. 11%. God damn, dude.
who's been polling a distant second in a four-way race. Sliwa said last week some billionaires have tried to bribe him to leave the race.
Yeah, really talking.
Sliwa's boss.
Yeah, I'm not making it up. It was a Fox News interview, live interview, and then, of course, the next day, it was so bad, Fox News had to come out, and they did another interview with him where he had to apologize because they just fucking accosted a random citizen because he looked ethnic.
Billionaire Republican John Catsimatidis disputed that.
First of all, it's not bribes. The real estate industry is panicking. Of course, people in the real estate industry probably said, why don't you go?
I'm sorry, NBC. Why are we asking the opinion of this oligarch about what he thinks about corruption? Why are we doing this? Was this literally the only man available? Was everybody else at work working at his company? He was literally the only one with any free time whatsoever. I mean, honestly, could we talk to a homeless person instead? Could we talk to a homeless person currently engaged in a heroin binge, 4-day heroin binge? Could we talk to that person instead about what they think about anything?
Do something else, and we'll take care of you.
And Catsimatidis told me today that it was likely Cuomo supporters who were offering to pay Sliwa. Cuomo has denied any involvement in any of that.
Yada, yada, yada. It's a motherfucking Zoran slam dunk. Unless Donald Trump arrests his ass, Zoran's going to win. Zoran's going to win this. Let's not forget. I mean, I really think it's hilarious how the primary happened. And yet it's still happening, and the media just goes right along with it. Could you imagine if a socialist, a democratic socialist, was keeping the primary race going? It would be 24/7, the decision's made, you're slowing down the process, you're getting in the way, you're being anti-democratic, constant. Andrew Cuomo just gets away with it. He just I'm just going to keep going. I'm an independent now. I don't have any allegiance to any party. Right? It would be constant, oh, you're not a real Democrat, to the Democratic. It would be a constant repeat, and then nothing. It's just nothing. Cuomo just gets to keep running. And it's never brought up. It would be the main central topic if Zoran was doing this. If the Democratic primary picked Cuomo and Zoran was still campaigning. Desperate bid. They'd be using all kinds of fun words in the headlines. It's good to see you, Gaius. Good to see you, Simply Steve. I know I already said that, but good to see you, Dirty Crackhead. Really talking. Bulletproof Bullet. Thank you for coming in. I do appreciate you making my chat better. Thank you. So he's going to do it. He's going to let the government shut down. Do it. And, maybe, but you know what? Here's the thing is that here he is, the strategy depends. The Republican strategy depends on the weak, feckless Democrats capitulating. Yeah, Dirty Crackhead. He's a real piece of work. 11% is a frightening amount of New Yorkers that think this maniac, this insane person, this relic from the 80s is an appropriate leader. But anyway, moving on. The Republican strategy here depends on Chuck Schumer caving. So, they'll pay a huge price for this. Shutdown ready. Trump expects Democrats to blink. And he's right. They are going to blink. This is on of course, the budget, the quarterly, it's almost quarterly, or every other quarter we have this budget battle. Democrats with a supermajority could have fixed it. They didn't want to. Republicans, they could fix this with a bill that just says, the government will always pay, right? This entire budget debate that seemingly comes up 2 or 3 times a year, every year, is intentional. They like this. Why? Because of the shock doctrine. It's an emergency. It's like a scheduled emergency. And what do you do in an emergency? You cram a bunch of shit. You cram a bunch of unnecessary, unrelated bullshit into these budget bills, and then everything gets passed at the last second, or else we go insolvent. Really talking. Do you support the efforts of ICE? Just want to ask you there, really talking. Do you currently support the efforts of ICE? Waiting for a reply. It's actually pretty simple, yes or no. It's 3 letters. Yes, 2 letters for no. Bop, bop. And, well, you have to hit enter as well. So that's 3 buttons. Really talking. Boy, he's writing a book over here. Writing a book. Okay. Strong values. Just enact just action based on nothing more than race is at the very least fucked. Right. I am not only okay with every action, so say I support, I would be overzealous, however, in a first principle sense, yes. Right. So you're okay with a random entity that's in power completely removing your speech and completely removing your human rights, huh? That's really great. That's really great that we're on the same fucking page there. I appreciate that. It's good that we're on the same fucking page. That we're totally okay with stripping people of their rights without any due course, without any transparency or process. I'm glad we're on the same page there. Anyway, moving on. Ken Klippenstein over here with a tweet asked, so this is about the government shutdown here. So don't worry, guys, we're in good hands. Asked what he would do to stop the deployment of federal troops to Portland. Sorry, this is about the troops to Portland, not the budget thing. But you can just assume he's going to have the same answer here. Chuck Schumer replies, quote, I'd hope some of them Republicans would join us in legislation to prevent it from happening. So that's the strategy. I hope my enemy decides to not destroy me and go for his own goals. I hope my enemy decides that he's the bad guy and he's got a conscience now and he's gonna do the right thing. That's what I hope. That's my plan. I'm sorry, why are you a leader again? Is that what leaders do? Wait around and hope that their enemy feels sorry enough for them and then stops? Is that the plan, Chuck? Oh, I know he's pissing all over the Constitution, but I mean, maybe he'll start to feel bad about it. I'm sorry, is that a trope, Barry? Am I being anti-Semitic for making fun of Chucky Schumer? Chucky Schumer, oh, he's using a voice. He's using a voice against me. It's not even very good. And it really isn't. Quote, I know they're loyal to Trump. I just kind of worked into that. And does whatever he wants, but this is so far stepping over the line. Talking about sending troops to Portland. By the way, he already kind of did this in term 1. Sending some, like, paralegal force. Wasn't really reported that much, though, unfortunately. It was small. So this is Chuck Schumer's plan. Yeah, exactly, DCH. So this is Chuck Schumer's plan, though. Hope your enemy gets a conscience. Does anyone else in the room have any other ideas? You know what I mean? They're just sitting around. Yeah, that's the plan. Everyone's quiet. Everyone's like on their phones. Chuck Schumer's like, okay, this is the plan for the DNC. This is the plan. Everyone's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Okay, yeah. Did my APAC check show up? Okay, it did. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we're just gonna hope that they capitulate for us. Yeah, that's good. That's a good plan, Chuck. Love it. I love Israel. is I fully support Israel, hashtag I protect Israel. These are Democrats, by the way. These are not Republicans that I'm envisioning. Not one who defend the Dems, but I liked when Sewell openly threatened them with prosecution once the Dems take the House, if there are elections ever again, of course. Swalwell threatened them. It's words. What did Swalwell say about Merrick Garland during 4 years of Joe Biden's nothing presidency? But I like those words. Good point. I do like words that are nice. Okay. So this is Donald Trump. They would have to do something. Yeah. No, I mean, I fear if the Democrats, if somehow magically the Democrats get in there, they're going to pretend that the laws are the way they used to be, but they're not going to actively fix it. They're not going to actually change, use that dictatorial power to revert things back to the way they were. I think they're just going to operate with a bunch of self-imposed limitations and then, but not actually foundationally change everything. And then, of course, happily and peacefully hand over that dictatorial power to the next, populist Republican that says, oh, they're all pedophiles and, we our side is the good pedophiles. They're the bad pedophiles. Yeah, Gaius, that's what they need to do. I'm not talking about what they need to do. I'm talking about what they will do. And what they will do is nothing. But we shouldn't even be fantasizing about it, because I think there's like a 10% chance that a real Democratic election happens in 2028. Isn't that how long we got? 2028, 25, 26, 27, 28. God damn it. We're barely over half a year into this presidency, folks. Need a Dem limit was willing to shut down the government until people are rioting. Don't worry, Chuck Schumer, he's gonna wag his finger for you, just for you, Bulletproof. You'll be one of the wags from Chuck Schumer. Rest easy. Here's Ron Flapowski over here, Blue Sky, pointing out Donald Trump. So this is Donald Trump is referencing the furniture, completely lost its furniture business to China because of the tariffs. So this is how Donald Trump is going to fix it. In order to make North Carolina, which has completely lost its furniture business to China because of my business decisions, and other countries, great again, I will be imposing substantial tariffs, capital T, on any country that does not make its furniture in the United States. Details to follow. So the problem he created with tariffs is going to be fixed with more tariffs. And if that doesn't do it, if you're lucky, if someone in your industry is close to Donald Trump and you catch him in a good mood and he actually follows through, you might get a bailout like the farmers did. Maybe. With some of the tariff money that he stole from you to pay for to ruin your industry, to give you money from your own pocket back to you, but not enough to cover. So you're still fucked. Stop saying his name. Where do we go from here? That's easy. 3-step program. DCH. 3-step program. It's our only choice. How do we tackle the misinformation? With more free speech. Uneducated and naive. We tackle it with more free speech. More people talking. We don't try to, I mean, it's a tightrope. It's a bit of a tightrope because obviously you can't have open racists like Nick Fuentes spreading their hate. But you can't also be, banning people for discussing vaccination health concerns, right? It's a fine line. But really, the way that we get ourselves out of this misinformation morass is with more free speech. We regulate corporations who are controlling free speech, the social media companies, the Jeff Bezoses of the world that are buying up all the media company. We're going to be reporting on that, by the way. Larry Ellison, right, buying up more media. We prevent that from happening. We regulate that. We destroy those. We used to have, the FCC used to actually go after stuff like that. So we do stuff like that, okay? Which isn't a restriction on free speech, because that's what they're going to say. It's a restriction on me, the oligarch's free speech, to control media and buy whatever I want. It's actually going to loosen up and create spaces for free speech. Morass, yeah, it's a good one. So there's solutions to our problems. We don't need to embrace nihilism. We need to abandon nihilism. How can we sit with another knowing our neighbor man set destroy? Look, I mean, there's nothing you can do about people's hearts and minds. All you can do is inspire them with your actions. That's all you can do. You can try to convince them, but why don't you try to convince a pig how to dance, right? And you know the type of people I'm talking about, DCH. It sounds like you're dealing with them on a daily. Okay, you're not going to be teaching that pig to dance. So you just have to stick. You have to stick with your own principles. You have to be a man of action, a person of action. Okay, we got to use the 3-step program to create political change, and maybe you can inspire them with your actions if you're lucky. Gonna get a toilet with Trump's face onto the bowl. That's a good one. There's something I've been thinking about heavily more recently, given the news that suspected disease Trump has. What does the aftermath look like? So the aftermath is quite frightening, actually, DCH, after Trump when he dies, because it's J.D. Vance. And what is J.D. Vance? Crypto fascist connected to Peter Thiel, who's much more intelligent than he's putting on. He's groveling at the feet of Trump so that Trump doesn't remove him from his position before he dies. He's playing the game very, very smartly, doing anything Trump says, doubling down, being Trump's lapdog, showing total fealty to Donald Trump. I swear to God, if Trump whipped it out, he would do it, right? And the reason why is that he's playing the long game. He's a very, very smart fascist. And once he gets into power, he's going to accelerate the police state. He's going to accelerate the authoritarianism, the fascism. The only thing he's going to reverse are the tariffs and the economic stuff. All the billionaire friends are going to be like super, super stoked for JD. They're going to love it. The media is going to make a big deal. The presidential. Oh, Trump was so tragic. But now JD, he feels so presidential. Look, he doesn't even make a fool of himself when he gets in front of a microphone. So we actually need to be, it's actually a very frightening scenario if somehow Trump doesn't make it to the end. And it's very, very likely that Trump won't make it to the end of the year, let alone the end of his presidency. And once JD is sitting in that seat, it's very, very bad news. Like I said, smart fascist, gonna be a catalyst on the fascist dictatorship. And the only thing he's going to reverse is the only thing that's hobbling this fascist dictatorship is Trump's ridiculous economic ideas. That's really the only thing slowing down his own effort to create this dictatorship is his own economic policies. That's the only thing Vance is going to reverse. One benefit is that Vance, he's a smart fascist, so he might see the benefit in helping Ukraine, which is, I love that, but that doesn't really help Americans very much because the cuts are staying. The austerity is staying. The Department of Education destroyed. Department of Health. I mean, maybe if JD was smart, he would fire JD. He would fire RFK and some of the other kooks, right? And kind of go back to more common sense, but with a big, heavy Christian, Christian theocracy kind of flavor, right? But not just like overtly rejecting objective science, But no, the long and short of it is that J.D. Vance is a very, very dangerous man, and he will be the catalyst on this dictatorship. He's not going to reverse it. And this idea that, people won't like him, that doesn't matter. That only matters in a democracy. Okay? So it doesn't matter how much people don't like him. To the people that are like, oh, don't worry, no one's going to like Vance. It'll be a nothing burger. A good majority of the people in Russia don't like Putin. They're not allowed to say it, but a good majority of them are not big fans. So anyway, Ron Flopowski here pointing out one person having the power to upend entire industries and economic sectors on a whim every day that puts companies out of business and workers out of jobs with no legislative input is an autocracy, regardless of whether the person initially acquired power through an election. Yeah, and, you know, a good chunk of fascist dictatorships start with a democracy, right? From your boy Woke Patriot in the Discord, anti-Semitism probe. So Trump is, of course, going after universities. We've talked about this, how universities, it's essential for autocrats, authoritarians, dictators, whatever you want to call them. It's essential for them to go after colleges because they are naturally open forums to have discussions about the way the world works. And that's a good place to learn how badly the government is fucking you over. So it's actually a hotbed for dissent and democracy and liberty. So that's, of course, one of the central targets to any dictator. Blunter bowl. Oh, I got a bowl packed, man. I'm ready to go. Next video, I'm smoking that bitch. Because I'm addicted. I'm working on it, folks. It's happening. After I've decided on the date. After October. I'm going to have a good time at the Halloween party. And then I'm going cold turkey. I'm gonna give Mary Jane a call. I'm gonna send her some weird cryptic texts like, we need to have a discussion, and then I'm gonna call her while she's at work, and we're gonna have like a 2-hour argument. But I'm gonna break up with her, dude. I'm gonna break up with Mary Jane, bro. Cold turnkey. That's funny. So we'll see. We'll see how well I can do that. But the marijuana addiction will soon be. I used to take breaks. Then I had a kid, and I was like, no, I can't take a break, man. I'm fucking stressed out, bro. But that's no longer an excuse. Anyway, anti-Semitism probe here. Why now? The 22-campus California State University system is now being investigated for alleged anti-Semitism by the Trump administration. Yeah, it's really good to take breaks. It really is. The smoking every day, it really slows you down. But God, it's so good. Why now? The probe by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission was revealed in an email sent by Chancellor Mildred Garcia to this California state community on Friday. No one should be called chancellor in America. I don't care if it's just a school. What else? California State Los Angeles has been subpoenaed to provide phone numbers and email addresses of all employees. So that's great. They're getting everybody's personal information so we can intimidate them. Yeah, hell yeah. Congratulations, Simply Steve. It's good to cut the booze out. One vice is enough, right? Dirty Crackhead. It sounds like your boy sprinkled some shit in that weed, bro. Scuba Steve over here. Scuba Steve. I haven't heard that fucking reference in a million years. Scuba Steve. Scuba Steve? Oh, wait. That's a reference to a movie. That's right. Okay. Anyway, the fascism continues. Thank you very much, Woke Patriot, for this link. If you want to read the whole article, it's right here. Booze makes you stupid. Weed don't. No, weed makes you stupid too. This is my cousin, Free Dive Steve. Is that from Half Baked? Is that from Half Baked, the Scuba Steve thing? Oh, it's from the Adam Sandler movie. That's right. Okay. Yeah, so to any Zoomers or Gen Alpha that are in the chat, millennials, before the internet was a thing and memes were a thing, we used to just chronically, obsessively quote the 5 movies that we thought were funny in the last 10 years. So like Austin Powers and Half Baked and Adam Sandler movie, one of them, maybe Happy Gilmore. Maybe that one's from Happy Gilmore. We would just literally just like, Scuba Steve, hey, Scuba Steve, hey. We used to do that. So anyway, folks, on to the next story. Can we fucking tax the millionaires yet? Huh? Nah? Austin Powers is still funny. But can we maybe tax the millionaires? Huh? So here's the latest from Tesla. By the way, they're having terrible quarters in Europe. Sales way down. Launches of their new vehicles, terrible. Cybertruck abject failure. They've lost billions of dollars. Stock price just goes up and up and up and up. So now Elon Musk, and this is not a joke, they got Tesla buying ads on Elon Musk's Twitter to get people to vote for his $1 trillion compensation. And the reason why he wants this is it's a historic pay package. So he'd be the first in history to get $1 trillion, to squeeze $1 trillion out of a company. Trillion. Can we tax these guys yet? I mean, please, can we tax these guys yet? You know what I mean? They laugh at us. Mainstream media, they laugh at us when we, tax the rich. It failed. It would fail so badly. Oh, terrible idea. And it's like, you know what? Maybe it is a terrible idea. Can we just try it? Let's just try it for 5 years. Taxing the rich to pay for things. Let's see how bad. Let's just give it a shot, right? Oh, but if it's so bad, then it'll, clearly the idea will just be thrown in the dustpan for the rest of history. No, we can't even try it. It's such a terrible idea. It'd be so chaotic. Oh, I bought a 6th yacht. By the way, just thought I'd bring that up out of the blue. I have 6 of them. Anyway, folks, we've been on to the next story. Great heavens. On to the next story here. So we've been talking a little bit recently about the Riyadh Comedy Festival out in Qatar. There's in Qatar, Saudi Arabia somewhere. In Riyadh. It's in Riyadh. Jesus Christ. But anyway, the Riyadh Comedy Festival, basically a bunch of comedians being paid over $1 million in some cases to whitewash a brutal monarchy that kills people, executes people, goes after gay people, wastes money, allows, there's massive poverty in Saudi Arabia. People aren't aware of that. It's not just people driving around in Lambos all day, right? It's really just that rich elite. It's one of the worst, best. It's one of the worst countries, but one of the best examples of corruption. And of course, it's all because of the oil. So anyway, it's been really disappointing to hear, fan of the show, friend of the show, and he's also a fan, calls me up all the time, Bill Burr. Apparently he's getting one of the bigger paychecks to stay quiet, which is interesting, right? The guys that have lower integrity, it's not just celebrity, it's about integrity, right? The guys that have more clout in terms of he's a straight talker, they're getting paid more for their silence. So Bill Burr's getting one of the bigger paychecks. Over $1 million, maybe even 1.5, 1.6. I've heard some of those numbers thrown around, but we won't actually probably know until later. Yeah, exactly, Ponder Monkey. Who is it? Should we switch to them? Anyway, check this out, okay? I got a little sneak peek at Bill Burr's set. I don't think he's actually done it yet, okay? But he was practicing his set for the Riyadh Comedy Festival in one of those secret comedy, kind of things. Surprise, I'm Bill Burr. Hey, you came for somebody else, but it's Bill Burr. So here's a sneak peek at what Bill Burr's performance is going to look like in Riyadh. This is good stuff, folks. Take a look.
It's good to worship Allah because I used to worship Sama. Waka waka. I once knew a guy who was so Arab.
How Arab was he?
He was so Arab that everybody liked him and there was nothing funny about him at all.
That's right. Excellent. Funny stuff from Bill Burr. Good for him. Good for him. What is a person's integrity worth? Well, a little over $1 million. Yeah, then we'll just stay quiet about a brutal regime in Saudi Arabia. I could spend hours and hours telling you how they treat people, how they treat prostitutes, et cetera, et cetera. It's really quite something. But I guess, that's what basically your integrity costs, right? And a little over $1 million. And when it comes to Bill Burr, he was a poor guy. He was in The Mandalorian. He was in Breaking Bad. Nobody's seen these TV shows, right? I mean, these were real stinkers. Breaking Bad made $0, okay? Mandalorian, everyone hated that shit, okay? $0. So he probably really needed the money. You know what I mean? Good for him. This citizen journalist over here, she's great. Random person over here. But, it's just like the more and more I see stuff like this, the more I'm like, they can't defeat us. We know too much. They can't put they're desperately trying to left-wing violence, left-wing Biden economics. That's why our economy is failing. It has nothing to do with my radical changes on the economy. It's all Biden stuff. Yeah, okay. Right, they're desperately trying to put the genie back in the bottle to just straight up lies. We are so far removed from the truth, it's a joke. Right? Trying to put that genie back in the bottle, but we know too much. This is just a regular person, okay? This isn't like CNN, this isn't like, regular person working probably 45, 50 hours a week, probably got kids, probably got a stupid-ass husband, okay? Is that my wife? No, it is not. Okay. Just checking. And she still finds the time to be this informed. She still finds the time to be this pissed off. Okay? We might go down, but we're not going to go down without a fight. It's not just going to be ICE knocking on every liberal's door and then we shut up. It is not going down like that. Because when I see stuff like this, it inspires me, okay? She somehow found time to squeeze in this kind of, this much awareness in between all the madness. They can't defeat us.
6% unemployment.
Dicks? No, it's not that kind of video, guys. We'll do that one next.
6% unemployment in some states, including Washington, D.C., which is the highest. The average is 4.3%. Inflation rose to 2.9%.
I'm reading your comments. Loving them.
Foreclosures for homes are up 18% higher than last year. Auto repossessions are skyrocketing. Farmers are begging for help. In Detroit this week, a manufacturer announced that they would quash a $50 million deal that took 3 years. Subaru is pulling out of the United States of America. Marvel is pulling out of the United States of America. The South Korean Hyundai plant was raided. That would have brought $21 billion to the state of Georgia. Thousands of jobs. We have lost over 1 million jobs in less than 9 months in 2025. Vegetables are up 38%. We now pay a tariff,
the line's not going to work.
Anywhere from 10 to 147%. Tariffs are taxes that the U.S. importer pays and passes on to you, the consumer. Every single country has stopped doing business with the United States of America. We are spending $1 trillion on...
That's the one thing that she said. I watched this earlier. That's the one thing that she said that I kind of like, okay, I disagree with that. Not every country is cutting us off, especially to the level of China. Okay, so it's a little exaggeration. She's on a roll. She's riffing. How about you give her a break, huh?
Every single country has stopped doing business with the United States of America. We are spending $1 trillion on the Department of War, $250 billion on deporting brown people who actually pay taxes and also contribute to the growth. And
to the conservatives that are like, pay taxes. No, they pay taxes. Yeah, they would actually love to pay more taxes to make them full citizens. They pay sales tax. There's all kinds of tax that they pay. Don't give me that shit.
Domestic product. Are we great yet?
I'm feeling pretty great. I don't know about you. Might have something to do with this marijuana. But I'm feeling pretty good. Things are going all right. I'm feeling all right. Uh-huh. Not feeling too good myself. Is that obnoxious enough for you? Australia took a huge chunk of American beef exports to China. Hey, America, how does winning feel? Australian beef is good beef, too. That's a huge L. That's a huge L. Oh, back up in this motherfucker. It's female eunuchs. Female eunuchs. Most people don't know this. Just a Unix terminal. Not even video. Not even video. It's got just a custom program from a Unix terminal. Female Unix is watching me in all ASCII on a Unix terminal on a 14-inch CRT screen. 14-inch CRT, just green. One of those green screens. Just green, just one color. That's how hardcore female Unix is. Yo, Seneca Athena in this motherfucker. All the OGs showing up. You know I love seeing you. And thank you once again for making this chat what it is. The best chat on Twitch. And I say that unironically. Very once in a while, I will peek into other channels and I look at the chat and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? You know what I want to do? I want to proverbially spray these chats down with a hose. Shut up! What? They just shout things. Ah, bread! Ah! I like pancakes! Ah! Okay. It just flies by the screen, 100 miles an hour. To where to be taken to foolish cattle. You hear nihilistic megalomaniacs, we resist. Amen. Schizophrenia. It's gibberish. Okay. This is some good stuff. I got to get my Benny Hill ready. Here we go, guys. This is how ICE responds when a guy who's like delivering food talks some shit. This is how they respond when this guy was like, "Hey, fuck ICE." What maybe he said anti-ICE because that's what leftists say now, I guess. Where all of us are writing the anti-ICE on our bullets. Anti-ICE. We can't shut up. So anyway, this is how they respond. Bonus points if you find the guy in the cowboy hat. Get him next time. Hey, maybe you should wear more gear. Maybe you should put on more shit. Huh? A couple more mags in the sleeve. Yeah. A couple more badges. One more time. Get him. Get him, God. Okay. Maybe just put on some more shit. Put on some more shit there, Captain Fallujah. Look at the fucking cowboy hat. They are exactly who we think they are, okay? Judge these books by their covers. I assure you. They are exactly who we think they are. The one positive thing that they're doing is making sure Grindr is fully stacked with fresh, hot studs. That's the one positive they bring to neighborhoods. So we were talking about this freak, this fucking medical surgery freak, billionaire, Larry Ellison, owner of Oracle, CBS, CNN, and now soon he's going to buy TikTok. And yes, you've heard the rumors right. Big.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Didn't even say it. I didn't even say it. He's a big fan of Israel. Go figure. Bibi Netanyahu literally I don't have the clip, but Bibi Netanyahu literally got in front of the camera and said, TikTok's going to be an excellent weapon. Here's what Larry Ellison thinks about how you, the citizen, should be handled. Okay. It's one thing to get in front of a camera and pontificate. It's another thing to use your incredible wealth and power to make these things happen. And that's why we're listening to this man, okay? He's not just a crank. He is a crank, but he's a crank that's using his immense power to perpetuate a genocide. Right now he's getting people killed right as we speak. But he wants to enslave us. Crank was a great movie. Crank 2 was good too. He wants to enslave us. Enslave us. And that's not hyperbole. Okay? That's not, me trying to be funny or me trying to be Libby lefty. This guy wants to put a chip in you and monitor you 24/7. When he watches 1984, he stands up and applauds at the end. Can we watch Network next? Oh, Network's my favorite. I'd love to watch Network. Let's go. Throw it up on there. My 3 million feet cinema screen. They are these people in fiction, come to life. Ironically, sometimes inspired by the fiction. People are talking about idiocracy, and I'm always pushing back like, oh, you wish we lived in idiocracy. Then the motherfucker's having a UFC match on the White House lawn. And you're like, well, okay, yeah, all right, well, you got me there.
Your body cams will be transmitting that.
I don't know why I said that.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly...
So what he's defending is 24/7 constant surveillance, the complete elimination of all privacy. Dude wants to see you poop. Could be up to something in there. Everyone's going to be on their best behavior, but who gets to be at the top getting to do whatever the hell they want? That's the part they don't really want to tell you. Is that while you're on your best behavior, the ones who get to, make the rules are over at Epstein Island. No exaggeration, folks. My heart is filled with hate for the oligarchy. But when I tell you that they are sexual deviants on the level of the Marquis de Sade, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. And they really want that. They really, that's kind of the end game, to get away with that kind of level of perversion without any consequence.
Recording and reporting everything that's going on.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government. But also, tell us a bit about because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID, data centers, and so on.
One more minute of this, just one more. I'm sorry.
How do you take advantage of these incredible AI models?
Take advantage in the context of fucking government surveillance.
And the first thing a country needs to do...
Look where this fucker lives. This guy lives in a museum.
...is to unify all of their data.
Is that the fucking Stanley Cup behind him? Holy shit.
It can be consumed and used by the AI model. You have to take all of your healthcare data, your diagnostic data, your electronic health records, your genomic data. And in the Middle East...
you want to give that up? He doesn't care if you want to give it up. He's going to take it. He wants your genomic data. And you think he's just going to sit on it? You think he just wants to back it up, put it on a hard drive, and put it in the closet? Oh, hell no.
In the UAE, for example, they're incredibly rich in data. They have a lot of population data. The NHS in the UK.
All these fucking Saudi. Look at this. Look at this, dude. World Government Summit, huh? World Governments Summit. You're just one letter away. You're literally just one letter away, and you got the fucking. What is this? The what was it? The Council of Evil or something. I'm trying to think of the Super Friends. What was the thing that the villains had? They had the super villain. They had the Super Friends, but then the super villains had their whole they had like a UN of villainy. You know what I mean? It was like it's all like they did meetings. I can't remember. Legion of Doom. There it is.
But it's fragmented. It's not easily accessible
Legion of
by these
Doom
AI
over
models.
here, man.
We have to take all
They're
of this
one letter
data
away.
we have in our country and move it into a single, if you will, unified data platform. So we provide context. When we want to ask a question, we've provided that AI model with all the data they need to understand our country.
I love how he frames it. It's just nothing but a positive. It's nothing but a positive. It's a dystopian fucking nightmare for anybody that isn't Larry Ellison. Moving on. Just thought I'd give you a little peek into their mindset. They're dangerous, dangerous people. And Donald Trump is happily letting them take over the country. Here's a still image from an ICE kidnapping. They kidnapped the whole family. This is what it looks like here. These masked cowards kidnapping people. Hard-working folks. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. When I say that this is the most disgusting thing I've seen in my life, I'm really not exaggerating much. I used to care about America. I used to care about the Constitution. I used to see that flag and have a little bit of pride. And I think it's gone. I think it's gone. I thought the U.S. military, when presented with a Pete Hegseth, would have reacted. We haven't even gotten any resignations. We haven't even gotten any public. No generals. Nobody stepping down and saying, I'm not taking orders from this drunk idiot. They've all fallen in line in the military, so far in the military. And now we might be going to war with Venezuela. It's like George Bush had to work really, really hard. George Bush and Dick Cheney had to work really, really hard to create a pretext that created the opportunity to invade Iraq and Afghanistan. That was a very, very difficult job. And Donald Trump, is he really just going to be able to wave his fat sausage fingers and send Americans to die to occupy Venezuela? Without resistance? We had the Gulf of Tonkin had to be fabricated just to justify Vietnam. Right? We had to yeah, Putin pulls it off. Yeah. I don't know for how much longer. Let's keep it moving. Quote unquote inhumane. Judge finds secretly deported immigrant will likely face torture. So we've talked about this. They're dumping them in countries they don't belong in. They're being treated like rapists and murderers without any real evidence, no evidence that says they've done much of anything in some cases. And, these are horrendous regimes, and they get right to the, inhuman torturing and starving and beating and raping and doing all the things that they do. Because it does happen. And we're no longer even better than this. We utilize it. Now it's a weapon. Now it's a tool. Kind of like how it's interesting how we've normalized prison rape. And we all think it's so funny. I mean, I know you and I don't, the chat. But you know how society thinks it's just so fucking funny. And we've normalized that prison torture to the extent that now It's evolved into extrajudicial exile into another country's gulag. U.S. District Court Judge Amir Ali found that an immigrant could face torture after President Donald Trump's administration deported him despite an ongoing court case. Quote, Victor Omar Bonilla Alvarez escaped years of torture and abuse at the hands of MS-13 and law enforcement in El Salvador, Ali explained in his ruling Sunday. Just in March, an immigration judge in this country found Bonilla Alvarez, sorry folks, will likely face torture again if returned to El Salvador. I see. Well, that's his country. That's his country. That's his country. He literally left. Oh, he's making it up. He's making it up. Fake news. He's making it up. He literally left because he was being, tortured by MS-13 and the cops, who, yes, are bought out in some cases. I don't know how powerful MS-13 is, if it's buying up the police. But the police will have other motivations for fucking with you. So Ali said here, that should have mattered to us, the judge continued. It did not matter. We sent Bonilla Alvarez to Guantanamo Bay for reasons unexplained, beyond a press release pronouncing him, quote, the worst of the worst. When his lawyer argued that was illegal, we moved Bonilla Alvarez to Mexico, where he may now apparently and immediately be given to El Salvador. Ali determined that Trump's administration move was by design. Attorneys for Bonilla Alvarez requested a temporary restraining order, but the judge stated that he did not have jurisdiction over individuals in other countries. So isn't that just a nice little loophole, huh? If they disappear you fast enough into another country, nothing we can do. Fascinating stuff, man. By the way, Barack Obama, thanks so much for closing Guantanamo Bay. I'm so glad I voted for you. Wait, I didn't vote for you because I knew you were a charlatan from the very beginning. The third Democratic debate, I knew you were a charlatan. And that was even when I was young and politically inexperienced. I could see you were a fucking liar who supported the military-industrial complex. Kept Abu Ghraib open, kept Guantanamo Bay open, peacefully handed those institutions over to a dictator who starts using them to disappear and torture people. I hope Barack Obama, sitting in his $1 million villa, has a tinge of guilt. Probably not. Quote, the court cannot conclude on this record that it has jurisdiction in order to order relief as to someone who is no longer within the United States. And that is so even if the consequences of the government's actions appear dangerous and inhumane and may lead to something it could not do directly, he wrote. For these reasons, Bonilla Alvarez's motion for a temporary restraining order and order to show cause, ECF number 7, was denied. So I see this judge had to deny, this motion, but he did so under, this is his response to doing it. He said, I have no choice to do this because this person's not in the country. It looks as if the government is intentionally trying to send this person to a place where he will be tortured. And that's how these guys think, man. Because they think they're being the good guy by creating a deterrent for people who won't come in the future. That's why they think this is all justified. They're like, the only way to make it bad enough so that it deters people from coming is to make it this brutal and evil. And that they've turned it up to that dial immediately. Alligator Alcatraz was intentionally designed to torture people just being there, swatting away flies, sleeping on the fucking concrete. They know what they're doing. It's intentional. Oh, God. Oh, Simpsons movie 2. Whatever. The first one sucked. LBC over here with a great breakdown of what's happened in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, Keck, whatever. We're still doing Keck, by the way. Really? Keck W? I don't know. Maybe the liberals can take it back, huh? Is that what we're trying to do? Take it back from the fucking Groypers. Take the frog back from the fucking Groypers. That's a pretty tough thing to do, boys, girls, theys and thems. Anyway, this is a great video here from LBC. Like I said, breaking down basically just 1 week of American fascism. And it's really, what's really frightening to me, it has been a nonstop roller coaster ride. If you're following politics. If you're not following politics, you're just like, well, I go to my job, got my stupid kid, got my stupid life. You know, stupid kid wants my car. He's 16 now. He wants to drive. You know what I mean? Like, I got my normal problems. It's all good out there. What's going on? What's going on? That's what's scaring me, because this shit is going to hit people like you're building a sandcastle and a tsunami wave blasts you from behind. Like you got headphones on. You're like, well, beautiful day. I'm just making my castle. And then just like the wave of all waves blasts you. You completely unaware. Completely unaware. That's like tens of millions of Americans right now. Possibly hundreds of millions. How many citizens in the United States? Look this up. Yeah, no, hundreds of millions. There's a real potential for hundreds of millions of people totally unaware. Totally unaware. I heard a crazy conspiracy theory, though, that these estimates, these population estimates, are way, way inaccurate and like way overblown, and that they might be hiding like this is like serious, like, you know, fucking like spooky shit. They might be hiding massive population declines all over the world, you know, for obvious reasons. Obama. That's the right button. I meant to push that one. But more news on that one, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I've read a few things that's kind of like, oh, that's an interesting. We could be totally fucked. Obama. I just have Tourette's syndrome. Anyway, it's not funny to make fun of people with Tourette's now. Come on, show some class. And anyway, talk about showing some class. Here's a guy saying, "I hate to tell you so." Smarmy liberal does it again.
I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so.
Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before.
No one's ever seen this before.
Aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor.
Yeah, he's so brown.
And it's been so changed, so changed.
Bing, bing, bong, bong.
Now they want to go to Sharia law.
A mere 5 days after President Trump flew back to the United States with those precious pictures of him and the King together at Windsor, the predictable flaying of the United Kingdom has begun. And it wasn't just those preposterous comments that the president made about Sharia law in London that demonstrated his bromance with the Prime Minister is now over. As his speech to the United Nations General Assembly continues...
It's pretty fresh in the UK because of it's Sharia law, because religious organizations are allowed certain autonomy, not just Arab, not just Muslim, I mean, but Christian as well. Like it's interesting. There is a certain amount of Sharia law that's allowed because they have certain rules about religious freedoms, right? You're allowed to like govern your own institutions in certain ways. So it's actually there's a little grain of truth that's been completely like thrown way out of proportion intentionally, right? You know, Nigel Farage would tell you that, you know, Sadiq Khan is an ISIS member, et cetera, et cetera. Be afraid, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. But because there's a certain amount of religious freedom in the UK, heaven forbid, Muslims are actually allowed to have like a little bit of Sharia law, just a little bit.
There was more.
They've given up their
Thank you, Clutch Cargo.
Powerful edge. A lot of the countries that we're talking about in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea. I know it so well. What a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to.
This is unbelievable, because he's talking about this because this is how much he hates green energy. You got to go back to oil. You got to go back. You got to go back. It's the only way. Get rid of these windmills. And it's 100% self-serving. This is 100% about these specific windmills that he can see from his golf course in Scotland. So he wants to nuke the entire green industry, all of it, wind, solar, everything, because some windmills bother him. He wants to set humanity back decades, centuries, I don't know, throw us way back, steam engines and shit, to beautify one of his individual properties. Welcome to the mind of Trump.
Stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles.
I saw the clip beforehand. I knew where he was leading. Okay, I'm not a genius, but it's the amount of narcissism. It's medical, dude. It's medical. You know what I mean? It's like straight up. I bet there are like therapists and psychiatrists that are just like absolutely licking their chops at the prospect of getting this guy in a chair, right, and psychoanalyzing him before he dies. It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. It is medical.
Away farmland. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know?
Because China is really, really fucking up, right? China over here blasting, leading the absolute way. And I don't mean, you know me, I'm no fan of the Chinese regime over here. But one thing that they have absolutely shown is that a heavy investment in green energy can result in a big payoff. Hong Kong used to be unbearable. Like you couldn't see, thick smog, pollution. That is not the case anymore. Maybe not every day. I don't know if they've completely solved the issue, but the amount of technology, innovation, how cheap they've made solar and wind because of those innovations. And he just wants to make us weak, literally wants to make us weak and vulnerable.
They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true.
It's true.
I've been right about everything.
Now, I mean, God, man. I don't mean to be braggadocious, but I was right about literally everything. We know it's objectively wrong. They know it's objectively wrong. Everybody knows it's objectively wrong, yet here we are.
And I'm really good at predicting things, you know? They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything.
Now, psychologists will, for decades to come, have a field day with that, trying to understand how it is possible for one man wielding so much power to allow himself to talk such palpable nonsense.
It's not the realm of fairy tales. You know, like the emperor has no clothes is an allegory based off of real people who might as well have just been walking around naked, thinking that they were wearing the finest clothing. They might as well have been. It's not unique. The only thing that seemingly is unique is how much it's being enabled. But I guess, no, that isn't unique either, because like these are the people that get into power. God damn it. It's all rhyming. It's all rhyming. History, the present, it's all rhyming in a beautiful symphony.
And that's before we get to his claim this week that the United Nations was trying to sabotage him. You will have seen the pictures of the escalator at UN headquarters failing just as he and the First Lady stepped aboard, and then the teleprompter failing as he began to read his meandering, bile-riven speech. A normal person would have shrugged their shoulders and worked through those issues, but not this bloke, even when he was justifiably complaining about the UN's failure to live up to its goals, protecting civilians in harm, promoting peace. Even then, he just couldn't let go.
I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle, and then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter.
I mean, what can you say, apart from the fact that he did not, in fact, end 7 wars? Never mind the manners of the farmyard that he has exhibited towards the royal family and the Prime Minister. He is now demanding that the UN launches a formal investigation.
I agree with Seneca's statement there. Like, I unironically hope Donald Trump survives to the end of his presidency. It's his own incompetence is the only thing holding this back. The Supreme Court is going to happily treat J.D. Vance like the new Donald Trump. Okay? Let's not forget, Heritage Foundation, Project 2025, this, the seeds of this dictatorship existed well before Donald Trump. And, they see Donald Trump as an opportunity. So just like J.D. Vance, the entire, Project 2025 universe is carefully biding their time, praying at the altar of Trump, staying as close to power as they can, and just waiting for the big guy to kick the bucket. And then the real fucking show begins. This is the start. This is just Act 1. It's just Act 1. It's just the end of the chapter. Okay? And wow, there's a lot of book left. Oh, shit.
Quiet.
Okay, shut. All right, okay.
Of what he claims was triple sabotage of his visit to New York. The third sin was, he falsely asserts, an underperforming sound system in the hall that he claims meant people couldn't hear his speech. They should have been so lucky. Still, at least he's no longer unleashing stormtroopers on the public in cities all over the country.
She was thrown onto the ground, and as agents crossed the street, moving.
So wait for LBC to be catching up to the News Underground. I reported on this well over a week ago. It absolutely frightening footage, and apparently the reason why she was getting put in the chokehold is because she pulled a mask down from an ICE agent's mask down, which is just like, I couldn't love this woman anymore, but there we go. I mean, so that's why they got her in a chokehold, right? She was the one holding up a peace sign. They put her in a chokehold, and then the other ICE guys were like, bro, chill out, bro, chill the fuck out. Like, you're making us look like, Nazis, man. Come on, bro, chill out.
Protesters further away, that woman reached up and grabbed the mask of one of the ICE agents. That's when another one put her in a headlock, and you can see on video there that she flashes a peace sign.
Look up on the roof here. You got 3 guys now with pepper ball launchers ready to respond to this crowd.
Fox News and News Nation there covering growing protests outside the Broadview detention facility near Chicago. Tear gas and pepper spray were fired this week at demonstrators seeking to disrupt immigration and customs enforcement operations in the Windy City. The detention center is where the president's masked ICE agents take immigrants to figure out if they are in the United States illegally or not. In New York City, things were even worse.
Pull her away.
Right, so we showed you this footage a couple days ago. Yep, that is an ICE agent grabbing this woman by the hair like an animal. This is the wife, and the daughter is also holding on to the father that's currently being kidnapped. I've already shown you one example of a person being disappeared back into the open arms of MS-13 into El Salvador, and we're like proven in court, by the way, like proven in this stuff was proven in court. You don't get to just say, oh, they don't like me over there, man, yeah, you know, and then it's like, oh, that's so sorry, so sad for you. No, you got to prove, you know, that you are actually, that you were victimized, right? So there's a whole process for it, at least there used to be. So, you know, this man is getting kidnapped and disappeared. How would you react?
In the hallway of a courthouse, a family from Ecuador...
Once again, a family showing up, doing it the right way, to a courthouse on a court date. And you know, it's audacious for them even to say it, right? But they still say, oh, we're only going after the criminals. We're only going after the worst of the worst. We knew that was a lie from the beginning, but God, it's just, you know, they're absolutely everything that's wrong with America. Every checkbox, this institution, but also these individuals.
Attending an asylum hearing, tried desperately to stop ICE from suddenly taking the father away. He held on to his daughter. ICE agents commanded him to let her go. The masked thugs of Donald Trump's government grappling to peel a dad away from his wife and 2 young children. Through brute force, they eventually succeeded, dragging the man away. But his wife, Monica Moreta Galaza, refused to give up. She begged an agent for information about where her husband was being taken. "Goodbye, lady," he repeatedly said, till he suddenly snapped. He slammed her into a wall and then onto the corridor's floor while the family's young children watched on. And again, this was taking place in a New York City courthouse. She would later seek refuge in the office of New York Congressman Dan Goldman, a Democrat justifiably accusing ICE of assault and demanding disciplinary action.
And she's crying, and she gets thrown to the ground by an ICE agent and hits her head. What is ICE doing?
After leaving hospital, where she was treated for a head injury, Mrs. Moreta Galaza said she couldn't believe the family had escaped violence in Ecuador, only to confront it in America.
They beat us there too. I didn't think I'd come here to the United States and the same thing would happen to me.
Democrats are now finally debating whether to call...
We used to be better. It's hard to imagine the country that did Vietnam, that did Iraq, Afghanistan, right? That did the fucking, you know, that's holding on to Cuba the way that we're doing. No, it's hard to imagine, but no, we used to actually have standards in terms of human rights. There was, you know, there was plenty of room to go more deeper into this morass. Okay. But there was plenty of room left to go to make this even worse. And let's not forget this goes all the way back to Newt Gingrich. This goes all the way back to Ronald fucking Reagan. This actually goes all the way back to the New Deal. These coalitions, these right-wing coalitions that formed after they were, you know, roundly defeated during the New Deal. And they've been scheming away. And this is the end game. And it was always fascism. It was always just naked fascism under different words, you know, under a different umbrella. But it was always, that's really what it was. It was, you know, authoritarian fascism. Always.
This out for what it may well be, and discussing when to start calling this fascism. Gestapo tactics, the likes of which we have not seen on the streets of America, at least since the dogs and the water cannon were unleashed in the South during the civil rights era. Republicans are furious even at the suggestion that the F-word should be used.
That's why checks and balances
are so important. How else to describe the antics of out-of-control masked federal agents refusing to identify themselves as they sweep people up in the president's mass deportation maw? The Democrats know that if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then generally it is one. And last night came more evidence of the perilous path the U.S. is now walking.
We have some breaking news right now on ABC News Live reports. Sources are telling ABC News that a grand jury has in fact indicted ex-FBI Director James Comey.
We're told that a false statement charge and an obstruction of justice charge. There were 3 that were brought before the grand jury, and the grand jury handed up an indictment on 2 of those.
That news, reported there by ABC and Fox, caused shockwaves in Washington. President Trump overturning the traditional but not constitutionally protected independence of the Department of Justice, using it as his own office of personal retribution.
The Democratic Socialist Party is one of the only parties, you know, outside the Greens, et cetera, that talks about electoral reform.
His target, James Comey, who during Trump's first term was ousted from his post after refusing to pledge loyalty to the president and refusing to bury or whitewash the investigation of the Trump campaign's ties to Russia. Here in full is Mr. Comey's statement last night.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump, but we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant, and she's right. But I'm not afraid, and I hope you're not either. I hope instead you are engaged, you are paying attention, and you will vote like your beloved country depends upon it.
Donald Trump over here got me rooting for Jimmy Kimmel and James Comey. Is he saying abandoned nihilism? Fucking basically. Okay. This and honestly, James Comey gets what he fucking deserves here. I remember the kid gloves, the soft touch that he tried to give Donald Trump. Right? Basically tried to give Donald Trump credibility. Like, hey, you know, take your medicine here and I'll give you a break on some of the bigger stuff. So this motherfucker was on Team Trump. Right? Until he wasn't. Until it was just too much for even him. Because it's never enough. It's never enough. So you should have never capitulated. This should have happened term 1. Right? But I don't know if he pissed him off enough for him to, like, you know, to go through the entire Biden administration, right, and then do this, like, he's like pretty high on the priority list. He must have really actually pissed Donald Trump off, which does deserve credit. But I'll never forgive Donald Trump for making me root for Comey and Kibble.
Which it does. My heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent. So let's have a trial and keep the faith.
The indictment against him was laid by a Trump appointee, a former Miss Colorado contestant, no really, who has never mounted a prosecution before. She could not...
Listen, this is the lawyer. This is the lawyer. By the way, did I report on the shambolic state of her? Did I report on that yesterday? The shambolic state of her fucking, like, opening. She didn't have her papers together. She went into the wrong courthouse or courtroom. So she went to the wrong fucking room. She has no idea what she's doing. This is like, you know, the you know, in like Legally Blonde, you know, everyone expects her to be incompetent, but she's like incredibly competent. She's totally It's the exact opposite. Legally Blonde comes in there. No, she's just as incompetent as you'd expect her to be. Holy shit.
The indictment against him was laid by a Trump appointee, a former Miss Colorado contestant, no really, who has never mounted a prosecution before. She could not get a single Department of Justice lawyer to agree to sign the charge sheet. Legal analysts say that's a clear sign of the slim chances that the charges will stick. Let's end on a lighter but still very dangerous note. Jimmy Kimmel was not the only TV star making a return to the airwaves this week. Dr. Trump was back as well.
Great.
Don't take Tylenol.
Don't do it.
Don't take it.
Don't do it.
And don't give it to your child after your child is born.
For the first time since he suggested that disinfectant might make an appropriate treatment for COVID-19, the president, who has absolutely no medical training...
Interesting, by the way, how Procter & Gamble, I don't know, the company, the mega company that owns the company, Tylenol or whatever, they've said jack shit. They've made one little tweet that said, well, actually, we've always said to not give our medicine to pregnant people. Trump is over here using his bully pulpit to tell people not to take your, not to take your incredibly successful multi-billion-dollar product that's sold in every store, like literally everywhere. In some of the most remote areas, they'll have, well, you got to stock some Tylenol. People are going to need some aspirin or whatever, some acetaminophen. They call it paracetamol over there in the UK. Right, it's everywhere. It's it's one of those like basic essentials. You'd see it in survival kits. Right. They've said nothing. Right. Oh, stay quiet. Stay quiet. It's really been something else to see just how pathetic these rich people are. They don't give a fuck about democracy or liberty or human rights. It is nothing about, it's just about the dough. It is exclusively and only about the Benjamins. Right? Because you would think, like, do a YouTube video, make a public statement. Hi, I'm the president of Tylenol. They call me Jim's Tylenol. Yeah, the S is there. It's Jim's. Don't call me Jim. I'm Jim's. I'm Jim's Tylenol, and I'm here to tell you he's lying. He's not telling the truth. Please buy my product. It's probably worth billions of dollars, Tylenol, and they just stay quiet. They just take it. They just take it on the chin, right? It blows my fucking mind, man.
Announced that over-the-counter paracetamol, as we call it in the UK, is a probable cause of autism. The studies do not bear that out.
Really?
Flanking him, Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who also has absolutely no medical training. But that is not stopping him from eviscerating the availability of vaccines in America. On Monday, for the men playing doctor on TV, things did not get off to a particularly auspicious start.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
Right.
Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol.
Right. So, and these conclusions, I mean, I had a hard time saying it yesterday too. But, there might be a difference between me and Trump, something about the position that one person holds. But
during pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism.
So these conclusions are based off an intentional misreading of a study that, and I read you the conclusion of the study a couple days ago. Right. So they're intentionally misreading this study that says there might be a correlation, maybe, between certain kinds of autism and pregnant women who took Tylenol. This is not a conclusion. This does not mean that taking Tylenol while pregnant will make an autistic child. We need more testing. So it's literally just that. Like, in any experiment, there seems to be a surprising percentage correlation, right? And then you do another experiment, then you do another experiment, and then you do another experiment. And then maybe after you've done a series of experiments going down this rabbit hole, you will come to the conclusion, there is a 29% chance that if you take Tylenol when you're pregnant, 3 times a week, that that your kid will be autistic. That's how it actually happens. That's how it actually happens. So they're taking like a preliminary before it's even gone through anywhere close to the scientific method where you would make some kind of conclusion, medical conclusion. And they're, like the guy says, Dr. Trump over here with Dr. fucking Oz in the background, along with RF fucking K, making the stone cold conclusion, right? 1 + 1 = 2. There you go. Boom, done. On to the next thing. It's ignorant, unscientific, dishonest. And of course, Dr. Oz owns a company that's grifting off this entire conspiracy theory. So they're grifting on top of all the lies. It's really shocking. It's really something else. I mean, there's a good chance that Donald Trump is fully aware of all this and is doing this anyway because he's getting a cut. There's a legit, for real chance that he's just like, yeah, I don't care, I get a cut.
He can't even pronounce it, and he's up there giving people false information that doctors, real ones, say could lead pregnant women down a path of unnecessary pain and even danger. Doctors, scientists, autism advocates, and of course our own government all called out his nonsense. But none of this is going to stop. And with the state visit to the UK now in the president's rear view mirror, our Prime Minister must surely now be aware that he's going to have boatloads more trouble with this president and the retreat of democracy here in the 3 long years that lie ahead.
That's a pretty fucking good segment right there. I enjoyed that one immensely. That's the LBC over there. LBC is kind of interesting, right? They got Ferrari, they got James O'Brien, there's some bootlicker on there that's always Tom something. Fucking bootlicker. I'm curious what Tom has to say about the digital ID. Well, I think it's a great idea. I want to save society. What's wrong with that? Keir Starmer just wants to save society. Licking boots. LBC is kind of interesting. But then on top of that, they have a bunch of progressives as well, making really great content as well. And no, James O'Brien, you're not a progressive. Did you get a haircut? I might have. Did your wife put a bowl on your head? I might have. So Clarence Thomas letting us know that he's about to break their own precedents from the past when they had to pretend that they cared about human rights and cared about the rule of law. So now he's telling us, yeah, we're going to just stomp all over whatever precedents that were there before. Clarence Thomas gives bonkers reason for SCOTUS to tear up settled laws. And they usually do the anti-precedent stuff in the shadow docket, kind of kick the can down the road. But I think now he's saying, yeah, no, we're going to make completely contradictory conclusions. So we're going to see, statements made in the past about how, we made this decision for this reason, and they're just going to do a complete 180. It looks like it's going to start with gay marriage. We're going to do that with gay marriage. Coming up. Got to strip the rights from gay people. Big priority. Someone remind me, there was some kind of government in the 1930s that made being gay illegal a big priority as soon as they came into power. Oh, what was it? The fucking Byzantine Empire? Goddamn Micronesia, motherfuckers. Oh, it'll come to me. Justice Clarence Thomas, reading. I need to read. Reading is good. Justice Clarence Thomas. Justice Clarence Thomas is finding increasingly creative ways to justify reshaping long-standing laws, aka precedent. During a rare appearance at Catholic University's Columbus School of Law in Washington, D.C. on Thursday, the George H.W. Bush-appointed justice said the Supreme Court should take a more critical approach to settled precedent, arguing that decided cases are not the gospel. So, if anyone knows what the hell that means, that's really bad news. That's really bad news. We're going to be total raging hypocrites in front of America. We're going to delegitimize our institution even further. Here we go, folks. It's bad news. Thomas, 77, who just won't die, compared his Supreme Court colleagues to passengers on a train and said, "We never go to the front to see who's driving the train, where it's going, and you could go up there to the engine room, find it's an orangutan driving the train. But you want to follow that just because it's a train. So this rambling excuse is why he's going to break previous precedent and take human rights away from people that absolutely deserve it, of course. We're going to start with the gays, though. Start with the gays, and then maybe we'll do the interracial marriage thing after he dies, just out of respect. Or maybe not. Donald Trump, because eventually what's going to happen is Donald Trump is, they're going to say no to Donald Trump one too many times, and he's just going to do it anyway and arrest anybody that just, you know what I mean? Like, he's basically going to make the Supreme Court totally irrelevant, either in law, in an executive order, or just, functionally just by doing whatever he wants to do anyway. But this is what he said. This is why we got to destroy precedent. Because there's the monkey driving the choo-choo train. No one knows the choo-choo train driving the monkey driving the train. It's the monkey. So that's why we got to end gay marriage. Yeah. That's why the gay marriage, sanctity of marriage is a good thing. Whatever you say, sir. Okay, that's what he says. Thank you. Thank you for my check. This guy lives it up, dude. This guy lives like R. Kelly. Moving over to a new horror. Jumping around here. Uh-oh, we got a raid. We got a raid coming. We got a raid. What's going on? We got a raid happening. What's happening? Wait, what? Oh, how you doing, Professor EXP? That's a cool name, EXP. How you doing, man? We're just about ready to talk about Palestine. Kind of a horror show out there, huh? Thank you for the raid. I very much appreciate it. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. So thank you very much, Maddie. Thank you again to Professor EXP. And I apologize to all of Professor EXP's viewers who are now about to be subjected to nightmares. Welcome to the News Underground, folks. Palestinians are being prepared for execution in Gaza. So I wanted to talk about this. I've never been a big fan of Hamas. I'm not a big fan of any of these extremist groups. Obviously, I disagree with Israel and their but Hamas bullshit. But I criticize Hamas for being incompetent leaders, the wrong priorities out there. They're counterproductive, useful idiots. Absolutely, Professor EXP. Isn't that great when you end your stream, you get raid somebody? What am I supposed to hang out? It's like I got shit to do. So no, I very much appreciate it. Once again, thank you so much for coming in. Free Palestine. Have yourself a good one. So I got no love for Hamas, and I'm not one of these idiot lefties that tries to recontextualize what they're doing as some kind of resistance. I've seen plenty of evidence of Hamas shooting at their own citizens, punishing their own citizens for trying to leave. And that's what we're going to see here. So what are Hamas's priorities? Are they helping people rebuild? Are they helping distribute food? Are they even doing any kind of like common sense military, Vietnam style guerrilla warfare? Not really. Just a bunch of smattered, if Israel is stupid enough to leave a tank sitting there for several hours, maybe they'll peek out of a hole and shoot a rocket at it, put that on social media. There's no grand strategy in what Hamas is doing. And they're failing, horrifically failing. I've said before they should be receiving checks from Bibi Netanyahu because they've been such effective, useful idiots for Bibi Netanyahu. So instead of distributing food, right, instead of helping rebuild or helping, get corpses out of buildings, instead of, trying to actually do some statecraft, really strategizing about, okay, what's our next move? What do we actually do? What are they doing? What are they taking the time to actually do? They're taking the time to execute Palestinians for siding with Israel, whatever the hell that means. It could mean you know, like anything, like talking to the talking to an IDF person, some rumor gets started. Oh, I saw him talking to the IDF. He wasn't getting his ass kicked. Oh, he's one of them. He's one of them. Right? So a bunch of rumors. Why are they doing this, and why are they doing this publicly? Because they think this is how ridiculous Hamas is. They think this is supposed to improve morale amongst Palestinians about Hamas, right? This is going to keep them all in line. Obviously, we're not going to see the money shot here, but you get the fucking point, what we're about to witness. They got time to do this, huh? You got time to execute people. All right. So you get the point. It's horrific. And 2 or 3 seconds later, they're gunned down. Allah, Allah, Allah. Yeah, Allah. Don't you love that? Man, if you're Allah up there with your 13-year-old concubine, you're like, bro, I don't know if I approve of this. Does every atrocity have to be under my name? Right? There were other guys in the book, too, you know. Right. Like I said, so they got time for this, but they don't have time to actually help their people. They only have time to be useful idiots for Bibi Netanyahu's genocidal destruction of Palestine. You know, because the whole point of Hamas was to divide and conquer Palestine. You know, look it up. There's Haaretz coverage. Look it up. Of Bibi Netanyahu, you know, bragging about how he, you know, helped encourage and create Hamas and separate the government, the Palestinian Authority, right? Truly separate those governments, and how, and you know, and it's just been nothing but a big benefit. Hamas has done nothing but hand over the Gaza Strip to Israel, and then this is what they're taking time out of their fucking day to do: execute some Palestinians. It's like 6 left anyway. They take time to fucking kill them. It's great. Meanwhile, you know, I'm not going to be talking about Gaza and avoiding the crimes of Israel over here. Hamas deserves plenty of criticism, but we got Israel committing an October 7th every fucking day. Basically, almost every week or something, enough people die as died in October 7th or something. The numbers are crazy. The numbers are absolutely crazy. I'm going to have to skip past the part. I had to skip past the part where some Palestinians are examining a dead body outside of a building. Sometimes that happens. Mangled pieces of corpses of children. Sometimes we've seen one Palestinian man hold up a torso in that famous image. Is ejected from the building. You know, as they're exploded and ripped into shreds, they're ejected from the building. And then, you know, you'll see body parts on the ground. So I have to skip that part, even though it's censored, to keep Jeff Bezos happy. He doesn't want you to see this. It's complicated. It's complicated. As he's getting his fucking hair shaved. Yeah, it's complicated. Better give him another 50 billion. There he is. I knew you were going to be all over it, Unix. If you don't want to watch this, I won't judge you. But you should watch this.
3 attacks across central and southern Gaza since forced displacements began on August 11. Civilians were told to flee to safe humanitarian zones.
That's the rules.
Yet those same areas were struck relentlessly,
working on it.
shattering any sense of refuge.
Folks.
Hospitals are
big and
pushed
juicy,
to the brink,
I know.
operating without anesthesia, antibiotics, or basic medical supplies. as starving doctors struggle to save lives. Meanwhile, on the global stage, protests calling for a ceasefire took place on Saturday in Berlin, Germany, Liverpool, and in the United Kingdom.
Hell yeah. Fuck yeah.
Hamas has said that it has not received US President Donald Trump's Gaza ceasefire plan, even as Trump is due to meet Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on...
So, I mean, ironically, I kind of, if I was running the show, I would be treating Hamas like an enemy, and like I wouldn't really be treating them like a government. I'd be trying to eradicate them, you know, create a security state, right? Create a place of security, and then weed out Hamas and create a stable middle class, et cetera, et cetera. But that's because I would want to actually fix the problem. They're treating Hamas like this because they want to exacerbate the problem. They want to keep it going. You know, they want to performatively say that they're trying to negotiate while doing everything possible to stymie any kind of legitimate negotiations.
Monday. And so, on day 722 of the Gaza war, families count their dead, hospitals teeter on collapse, and the world watches in despair as violence continues and fragile hope hangs by a thread.
Hope? Hope? Gaza is where hope dies. Because the brutal, disgusting reality is that they will turn that into a resort, and they're going to get away with it. In 20 years, it'll all be a memory. Nothing is stopping them. The most powerful elements are gung-ho. This will continue regardless of what the rest of the world says. Here's some more amazing footage from protests all over the world. Big props to whoever put this together, and Humor in Poor Taste, who posted this. Alternative Way, who posted this, reposted. It's double, triple posted. I don't know how the fucking internet works anymore. It's a video. Thank you for putting it together. TikTok News Eve. I don't know anymore. Okay, I don't know, man. I just hit play. Okay, I'm just the media monkey. Okay, I just hit play. But no, this is beautiful stuff. Manifest Destiny. Hell yeah. Yeah, they had it coming to them. You know, little tip though. Do you want your video shared? Don't be putting licensed music over this shit. I know TikTok makes it easy. They give you like, I think you know, they have licensed tracks up front. Oh, I can put Drake on my shit. Oh, I could put this EDM banger. I can't show this shit. I got to show it muted, man. I got to show and that's fine. I'll put my own shit behind it. But tip to those who want to go viral, you know? Ooh, yeah. Ominous music here. Protesting's good, everybody. Government leaders are accused of stealing $15 billion in public funds and bribes. Protesters include former Miss Universe. Yo, she is Miss Universe. Damn. Damn, dude, Miss Universe out there, shit. I mean, Grin, you have to admit you're grasping at straws to try and defend the strategy behind October 7th, right? Like, it's been an abject failure for Hamas and the Palestinians, right? That's just like, it's been nothing but L's for Hamas. Nothing but L's. Is that Finkelstein? Is that Finkelstein? Finkelstein? Oh, that's nice, dude. You got the best ones, Unix. My point is that Norman Finkelstein asked the Pacific protesters some years ago, and IDF killed 300 civilians anyway. Okay, Grin, yeah. No, I see what you're saying, Grin. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they brought attention. Yeah. Not exactly the Streisand effect, though. This could be you. This could be you up here. Look at that. This could be you. Steps 1, 2, and 3. That's what it looks like. Steps 1, 2, and 3. This could be you. Yeah, WW86. Hamas went right along with Bibi's plan. Like they were ordered to. They went right along with Bibi's, political ambitions and his political plan. Dottie gas, motherfucker.
Tyrus White, motherfucker. Listen, yo, how you a hot boy with cold feet? And them boys, they just hating, they do not know me. The bitch that you with, she is not a trophy. And I didn't even fuck, I just let her blow me. I'm on the west side of town at the crib talking numbers. Deep in this shit like a motherfucking plumber. Plotting on the game for the bank, doing blunders. Stacking all winter, finna ball out all summer. Dollars on my mental, these bitches in my dental. That ain't my grandma's whip, that's a motherfucking rental. Cadillac sitting on 20s. Bitches on my nuts wanna fuck cause I'm funny. But I can't fuck you, baby girl, cause you know you broke. And why the fuck you smiling, baby girl? That ain't no joke. I need a gangster bitch with them fat reserve notes. If you ain't got no cash, then your ass gotta go. I'm all about my dollars and I'm all about my green. They fucking with my money, then I'm finna cause a scene. Coke weighed out on the triple scale beam. The pistol that I'm towing got the infrared beam. Is this a red breaking mission? Shut your fucking mouth, open ears and listen. How you hate on me with no pot to piss and grinding like a motherfucker till my whole wrist glisten. Yeah, bitch, this a red breaking mission. Shut your fucking mouth, open ears.
It is that Dottie gas. If you ever heard that, it's so good, dude. It's really good. He's got that G'd up flow.
Every fucking dollar out the bitch. Fucking broke hoes just don't make no sense. Break a hoe back for them racks till I'm rich.
I know. It must be awkward, though, being a woman hearing this music, because it's like... I don't know if it's so cool to pimp women. I don't think that's great, guys. It's like, but he's saying it really cool. He's saying it in a really cool way. Moving on. Once again, it's good to see you, WW86. Let nobody say the neoliberals didn't know how bad it was, right? That they just couldn't figure it out. Because so here's Adam Schiff, stalwart defender of the democratic status quo, of the neoliberal status quo. Oh, but he says some nice things sometimes. He does exactly what he's fucking told by the establishment and probably takes gobs of money from Israel. But he's 100% correct in this statement. What the fuck are you going to do about it, Adam? Well, we don't really have power, so just make sure you vote blue no matter who, and then I'll make sure to get it done. Welcome back, Smash. Grin. Yeah, I agree. It would be quite a challenge for any. Yeah, the Palestinian Authority is about to be rolled over in a similar way to Hamas, right? They're taking the West Bank, right? So I mean, it's for any resistance group, it would be a tall order. So I mean, why make it more difficult for yourself by being so ignorant and counterproductive and just completely waste of space and time, taking the time out of your day to execute Palestinians? Don't you have fucking bigger priorities, Hamas? No. Peeking out of the rubble to fire a couple rockets here and there? Whoop-de-doo. What's the plan? What are you going to do with the hostages? What's the fucking plan? They don't have one. But I'm going to pray to Allah. I'm going to pray. I'm going to pray it away. Pray it away. Yeah, okay. You keep fucking praying. Useful idiots, religious extremists. Useful fucking idiots. You can depend on them to be exactly as stupid as they claim to be. And that goes for the settlers, too. But anyway, here's Adam Schiff, stalwart defender of the neoliberal status quo. Show me how much money this motherfucker's taken from Israel. He wants to dictate what the press can say. Yeah, that's accurate. What a university can teach, whom a company can employ, and whom the law shall apply. Welcome back, Lenny, in this motherfucker. Hashtag more Lenny. All the way from the south of Boston. Oh, no, all the way from Las Vegas. Nowhere near south of Boston. How is it out there? Are the rumors true, Lenny? Is it a ghost town? What's it like out there? We got on the ground Lenny reporting from Las Vegas. Is the tourist situation everything that the rumors are made it up to be? On the ground Lenny reporting, folks. On the ground Lenny. Lenny update from Las Vegas. Trump finally did it. He finally said, "Fuck it, Bibi, do whatever you want." He who wants all this is not a president, but strives to be a dictator. But I'm too afraid to say fascist. And all who succumb are not citizens, but subjects. You didn't say shit about shit when Barack Obama was making the emergency anti-civil liberties terrorism framework legal. You weren't saying shit about that. By the way, who's your favorite dictator currently using Barack Obama's Patriot Act laws against the American public as we speak? Schiff. Hey, Adam Schiff, why don't you do the progressive movement a fucking favor and retire, bro? Get the fuck off the stage. You want to help leftism? You want to help leftists? Go back to your fucking mansion and never come back. Go spend your money in Tijuana. Go on vacations for the rest of your life. And never once again, never get in front of a microphone. That's how you benefit the leftist movement, Adam. Retire. An international stabilization force in Gaza? Arab armies to disarm Hamas? No way. This new deal is a pipe dream. Netanyahu just shining Trump on. When it fails, Bibi gets a full green light. They're not even going to get that far. They're not. Yeah, I mean, they're not even going to put boots on the ground before they're like, this isn't going to work. And we just have to kill them all. We just got to kill them all. We just got no choice. We just got to do. That's the safe thing to do. Clutch. They're not going to do it. So Lenny over here reporting dire straits over there in Las Vegas. Uh-oh. Not Las Vegas. I call it lost wages. That's what I call it. I call it lost wages. Get it? You go to the casino, right? Blackjack. I call it lost wages. By the way, I'm stealing that joke from a cartoon. I take it you don't like Senator Schiff. Not a fan, WW. Not a fan. I mean, let's just see here. Let's say, how much money does Adam Schiff, SCHI, get from AIPAC? I don't even need to finish the fucking... That's great. Let's see here. Open secrets. See what we got over here. Let's try to find your boy. Adam, there he is. 1.2 million fucking dollars, folks. 1.2 million buckaroo skis. Joe Biden over here with 4. Oh lordy, Adam Schiff. Oh lordy, Adam Schiff. Hey, we got one guy who knows, who got the reference. Frisky Dingo over there. He knows what's up. Only real cartoon heads know that shit. German's also a big fan of the Backrooms. I'm pretty sure German is like a clone of me. We seem to have very similar interests. Hey, German, are you into obscure ROM hacks for like the Nintendo and Super Nintendo and PlayStation 1? Like translations, from unreleased games? Are you really into that too? I'm super into that. But no, big surprise there. Adam Schiff taking $1.2 million from APAC. Larry was almost 2 decades before Dingo. Lost Wages is the name of the city, and Leisure Suit Larry won. Oh my God! Look at the epic reference, nerd. Not yet, but so can get there. So an 80% clone. Okay, we're not totally alike. Okay, just making sure. Leisure Suit Larry over here. Leisure Suit Larry reference only on the News Underground, folks. There's not a single other place you can find these references. All right, EU states rally around Dutch chips coalition and bid for Chips Act 2.0. So I believe this is from Strategy Member, and the basic gist that I read the whole article, and what's interesting, the conclusion is actually pretty interesting. The final sentence is actually the most interesting part. So the basic gist is that they're going to like reinvest into chips big time, you know, try to get a slice of this market, right? They're going to invest billions and billions and billions. So all that work, what's interesting here is that all that work is projected just to allow them to hold the 11% that they have of the world's chip value chain, up from 9.8 in 2022. So they have to do a full Chips Act 2.0, invest all kinds of money, spend all kinds of dough just to stay at 11.7 and not fall behind. Pretty wild stuff. So thank you very much, Strategy Member, for this link. Hey. My wife looking beautiful today. See here. There's the link if you want to read the rest of this. Very interesting stuff. Thank you, Strategy Member. Here's a big nuclear bomb. Chips, you requested chips. Chips. Let's do another cartoon reference nobody knows. See if someone gets this reference. I'm not going to tell you where it's from. Chips. Where's the dip? No one's going to get that one. Chips. Where's the? I didn't say it right. I didn't even do the joke right. We Europeans have no option. Trump is a bully. No, I mean, kind of, basically, yeah. Grim, yeah. I mean, it's fair to criticize Keir Starmer for groveling to Trump, but it's also that's the only strategy that could get you possibly a better economic deal. And Keir Starmer's entire political future, he's tied it to growth. So he's got no choice but to grovel. He put himself in that position. Oh, no. Okay. Chips, where's the dip? Or am I looking at him? Oh, look at that. Rebel Phoenix getting the fucking reference. God damn. Get a life. Nobody should be this big of a loser. It's just me. Just me. Somehow, some way, I'm not an incel. I don't know how that happened. You guys are smart. All right. So no, there's a big nuclear bomb about to hit the economy. Another one. I'm telling you, man. China's going to dump them bonds. They're just waiting for an opportunity. But it's China. I think maybe they're doing it slowly right now. I think they're just going to pull the trigger, man. Anyway, bring back a 1980s Burger King meme for Trump's economy. Where's the beef? Where's the beef? Those are funny commercials. Big old bun, little burger. That was a good commercial. The Trump administration is set to oversee the largest mass resignation in U.S. history on Tuesday, with more than 100,000 federal workers set to formally quit as part of the latest wave of its deferred resignation program. Huge dumps. So no, this, it's a nightmare, right? Coming in with like the Mitt Romney attitude. I'm going to make things more efficient by firing everybody, losing a bunch of talent, right? But in the case of Mitt Romney, he just like a company collapses and he just goes to the next company and just becomes the axe man there, cutting away, right down to the bone, anything that's valuable, then selling it for parts, right? the hedge fund manager style. And they strut around like, I'm a genius. I'm a business genius. Look, I took a company that was losing money, and technically in that one corner before I destroyed it and sold it, it was making quadruple the amount of profits. Look at me. I turned no profit companies into mega profit companies before I destroy them. And they get heralded as geniuses. So this is that same mentality here. Cut, right? Well, what do you mean? X is better. X is better now that it's X, you know, and it used to be Twitter. He fired so many people, and look, everything's fine. Everything's great with X, right? It's a great product. Trump wants to permanently fire a bunch of more federal workers when the government shuts down this time. Yeah, he does, yeah. Vulture democracy. Great term. Speaking of Saudi Arabia, just bought EA. I heard that. Wish I gave a shit. Right? I mean, it sucks because, like, you know, BioWare. But it's like BioWare used to mean something. BioWare doesn't mean dick anymore. Right? Oh, no, sports games. They're going to turn into, you know, what, more microtransactions in your sports games? Could that be fucking possible? It's worse than trading cards, these sports games. So, like, them being bought by Saudi Arabia, they're just going to turn a company that's already turned all their properties into cash cows. They're just going to continue to do that. There might be a sliver of hope that the company says, oh, hey, you know, we just bought EA. We have thousands of IPs. We have Dungeon Keeper, you know, from Bullfrog. We got Westwood stuff. We got Command and Conquer. We got good shit, dude. We got like all kinds of stuff. Like they could just decide to start making video games, you know, using some of the properties that they own. That would be interesting. But we know they're not, you know, they're not. They're going to take like the top 3 selling things that they have, surgically attach udders to those things, and then churn them into cash cows, even worse than what they already are. Sims Afghanistan. Yeah, sure. Yeah, they own Sims. That's right. They own Maxis. You know, that's what I'm saying, right? Is that they're just gonna there's a chance that they could actually make video games again, but most likely what they're gonna do is take their highest selling properties and make them even more unbearable cash cows. The new Udder controller. Insert your credit card and suck away on the teats. No, someone wants that. We don't want that. That's someone's sexual fetish. We don't want to make that. With Congress facing a deadline of Tuesday to authorize more funding or spark a government shutdown. So that's fucking tomorrow, folks. That is tomorrow. What the? So that's tomorrow, folks. This is tomorrow, dude. Spark a government shutdown. The White House has also offered federal agencies to draw up plans for large-scale firings of workers if the partisan fight fails to yield a deal. Chuck's gonna cave. It's too much pressure for Chuck. Chuck knows, the entire Democratic establishment knows that this is going to hurt Trump more, but they just don't have the balls. You know why? Because too many of their friends are connected to companies like, oh, I don't want to that's going to hurt my quarter. Don't do it to me, Chuck. That's going to hurt my quarter. Don't leverage your political power, Chuck. Don't do that. Maybe I should play the slots and see what happens. Maybe. Before your dollar turns into nothing. Yeah. We don't take dollars at Las Vegas anymore. We take just Bitcoin and the Argentinian peso. That's the only 2 currencies that are left. There might be a shutdown, but the GOP is total control, so it probably won't last super long. That's what I'm saying. Like if the Democrats were to kick it back to them, it would be like a 1-day shutdown. Very similar to what we saw with Trump's like 200% tariffs on China. That like started where the bond market took a big dip, and they were like, "Whoa, okay, we're just kidding." You know, I mean, we were just acting for the dummies, right? But we didn't really mean it. So that's what would happen with this shutdown. Maybe Chuck will get aroused. That's a famous clip. That's infamous now. Aroused. He said aroused.
What did he say? People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time. People are aroused.
Right. They are aroused, folks. So anyway, this is the whole shutdown discussion that we're having here. Those are my thoughts on the shutdown. That Chuck is going to cave, but he doesn't need to cave. Aroused toilet visit. What are we talking about? How aroused is too aroused? Where's my horny bat? I'm going to start bonking, folks. Like I said, Chuck's going to cave, but he doesn't. He shouldn't cave. If I was in his shoes, I would take the risk because it's going to hurt the Republicans way more than it hurts him strategically. I mean, I don't know. Maybe do I bother giving Chuck credit? 30%. There's a 30% chance. I pulled that number completely out of my cranium. What did you think? Dirty minds. Just pulled that out of thin air. 30%. There's a 30% chance that Chuck Schumer sees, he understands that he has a strategic advantage here and lets the collapse happen, and then watches the Republicans scramble to get a bill, that's appropriate for passing, right? I have a rock hard Schumer. I'm so aroused. I have a rock hard Schumer. What the? 25% of the time makes up a quarter of all the times, exactly. There it is, female eunuchs. Fart Buckle, that is a cool fucking name. So anyway, over in La La Land, here's a little snippet. This is what, your average right-wing leader is ripped from Jesse Lee Peterson's Discord server. That's funny. You got some good ones. You got a good collection there. You got a pretty valuable collection. Restore healthcare funding or no Democrat votes. Yeah, that's what he should do. That's what Chuck Schumer should do. Clutch cargo, but that's not happening. Anyway, over there in Republican La La Land, they got a big Schumer for Jesus, and wouldn't you know it? It's Jesus that's doing the climate stuff. It's not us. It's the Jesus.
Climate change is a sham.
Yeah.
First of all, God controls the climate because he controls the sun.
Right.
And the sun controls the weather primarily.
Common sense stuff from a political leader, person who sits in office.
You mentioned God's design, and one of the things that's really bothered me that I've been fighting is these Green New Deal policies that really go against God's design.
Yeah. Utilizing the wind and the sun for energy definitely is satanic.
For nature. Can you talk a little bit about your...
There's no political connection whatsoever. No, this is about God.
Position there and the work you're doing in D.C. in that front?
Sure. I've been very outspoken about this. It's a sham. The whole
thing, everything. If it gives you the ick, if it gives you a woke ick, I don't know why. I don't like this. I don't know. Yeah, I hate cheap energy too. Hate that shit. This is good stuff. Mr. Pocan over here, who probably takes money from Israel. Let's be real. Asking Scott Bessent a very basic question. Like, this is literally economics 101. I feel confident saying that. Tariff being a tax is economics 101. Who pays for the tariffs is economics 101. Like, first economics class in college, right? Oh, there used to be this thing called tariffs. Well, I mean, we still do them now, but much smaller now. But we used to think that tariffs were a great way to finance a government. And then this catastrophe happened, and then we learned a lesson. That's like, it's the first month of economics, I believe, probably. I'm just making shit up. Anyway, tariff is a tax on the people. Unless you're Scott Bessent, then it's like, I don't know what this guy's saying. I can't hear him.
Who pays tariffs, Mr. Secretary? No. Answer the questions I asked, please. I only have 5 minutes. Who pays tariffs?
Sorry. Well,
who pays?
Well, a door is on its hinges, and when you close it, it makes like a closing sound. When you twist the little knobby knob there, the door opens. Does that answer your question?
Tariffs.
Sorry,
Mr. Secretary, please.
Excuse me.
The question is very simply, who pays
Right.
tariffs, Mr. Chairman?
Right. The Beach Boys were a band in like the 60s, I believe. They were famous for their upbeat beach sound, California music. It was good stuff. Personally, I'm a fan of the Beach Boys. I enjoy it. Does that answer your question?
I'd like him to answer that question.
Well,
he wants to answer other questions.
Well, Congressman, if the
I'm a Doors man myself,
Congressman, if
some people prefer
the
Zeppelin.
exporters, they dislike tariffs so much.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
If I
Yeah.
think what you're trying to get me to say.
Did you remember the question? I'm not sure you did. Who pays tariffs?
It's a very complicated question.
Reclaiming my time. People pay tariffs, right? Reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. Reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary. Reclaiming my time. You clearly aren't going to answer. I'm not going to waste my time having you go,
Well, the first music video on MTV was Radio Killed the Video Star. Did you know that one?
Mr. Secretary, reclaiming, Mr. Chairman, I asked reclaiming my time, so I'll ask one more time, who pays tariffs?
Sir, the history would show that it is a complicated mix of who pays the tariffs over various times.
So that
yeah, I know Rebel Phoenix. I fucked that up. It's video killed the radio star. Thank you. I ruined the joke. I'm sorry. Smart man, by the way, Scott Besson. He's not stupid. He's just a bad liar.
That's exactly the problem. If your answer, and you are a very educated person, you have a very impressive bio, cannot answer the question who pays tariffs because you won't answer that, and you say it's a complicated issue. It's not complicated. Consumers pay Trump's tariff tax.
Woke.
That's the reality.
Woke. That's woke.
Quiet.
It's actually woke to say that. And last time I checked, woke is a crime now. So there you go. Arrest this man. Here's your Charlie Kirk update. Was he shot in the back of the head? I don't know. I need more proof. Interesting story. Interesting videos. I don't know yet. I'm not ready to talk about it. I need more juice. I need more juice in my cup before I take a sip. So here's your Charlie Kirk update. People are trying to get Starbucks employees fired. This young, I don't know, 3 seconds out of the womb child gives his rendition of what that would look like at a Starbucks.
Well, welcome to Starbucks. What can I get started for you? Yeah, I'll take a mint Majesty tea with 2 pumps of honey, please. Okay, what size did you want that in? My name is Grande, please. Got it. And you wanted that hot, right? Yeah, hot is fine, yeah. Cool. And was that all for you today, or did you need anything else? No, just the tea. That's it. All right, the total is going to be $7.23. What is the name you want the order under? My name is Charlie Kirk.
Got him.
Okay, you're gonna pay with cash, card, gift card. Credit card, tap to pay. All right, it'll be ready in a few moments. Pick up windows over there. Grande Mint Majesty tea, 2 pumps of honey for Charlie. Actually, you didn't read the full name out. Are you Charlie? Yes, but, well, you need to read the full name out, because that's how it works. Charlie Kirk, here's your drink. Have a good day. Yes.
Got him. That's the Conservative Party. What is playing right now? I hear something. Oh, it's my wife upstairs. Okay, she's in a meeting or something. Okay, I thought I was just hallucinating. I was like, "Ooh, that's some good weed, man. Get some more of that." Rebel Phoenix, but no. So this is the Conservative Party. This is where they're at. This is what the Conservative Party considers a victory. By the way, they also still consider themselves anti-cancel culture. If you were to walk up to your average conservative, they would still Like, try to own that. Yeah, I'm a patriot that believes in dismantling the Constitution. Yeah, I believe in freedom of speech, but you should also be tracked down for your speech and fired if it's the wrong speech. Double think is an essential part of fascism. But this was really well done. Congratulations to this Zoomer, you know. Hopefully they go viral more virility for this young alpha Zoomer child. Let's talk about shooters. Sorry. We're gonna talk about shooters. Not fun stuff. So over the course of 4 seconds, there was 7 mass shootings yesterday or the day before, a couple days before. Latest one is hyper-liberal duck hunter with 2 American flags in his truck. Incredibly liberal dude and just super duper liberal. He was in the process of transitioning his sex while he was in the truck. So then he drove that truck with 2 American flags in the back there into a church. Got out of the truck and just started opening up fire. I'm sure it wasn't with an assault-style weapon that needs to be banned immediately. I'm sure it's not one of those weapons. I'm sure it was sticks and stones and bad words. So anyway, this is what J.D. Vance had to say about the incident. Just an awful situation in Michigan. FBI is on the scene, and the entire administration is monitoring things. Welcome back, Snow. Say a prayer for the victims and first responders. I'll do that, JD. Good tip. Almost forgot to send my prayers along with my thoughts. Prem over here commenting, a guy rammed a car through a church, shot it up, then set it on fire, killing at least 2 people and injuring 8. By the way, the death count is likely to be higher. And you get none of that from J.D. Vance's tweet, which instead refers to it as simply a quote-unquote awful situation. Can anybody guess why? Here, let me show you some pictures of the fella here. Here we go. This is him holding his daughter, I presume. They're duck hunting. Precious moment. So, obvious liberal. Now, I mean, liberals do duck hunt. You know, we get out there, we duck hunt, we have fun. Right? We care for our family, liberals. And here you go. Here's a look at the truck. He drove right through the front door. Those are 2 big O. It's a damn shame one of them isn't a Trump flag, because that really would have brought it home, huh? But do I need to remind anybody that liberals are constantly doing this with their vehicles? Liberals are constantly turning their vehicles into big patriotic effigies, effigies. That would imply some kind of funeral, right? Is effigy? What is the meaning of effigy? Am I using that correctly? 2 F's. Sculpture or model of a person. No, okay, I used that correctly. Yeah, all right. It doesn't necessarily mean funeral, an effigy. I'm thinking of something else. So no, but anyway, back to what I was saying. Liberals are constantly doing this with our trucks, especially people that are transitioning. Trans people fucking love the American flag. How many, tell me now, honestly, liberals in the chat, let's be honest. How many times have you hung out with a trans person and they won't shut up about the Constitution? They're draped head to toe in the star-spangled fucking stars and stripes, baby. They love America, trans people. So, pretty common thing for a liberal trans person to do, festoon their truck with a bunch of gaudy American flags. So, once again, they are doing it. I wish they would stop. Elegy. That's what I'm thinking of, Seneca. Elegy. Thank you. You guys are very smart. But I think everybody in the chat would agree that they are They are dangerous, and they need to be stopped. I think we can all agree Surely you would, because if you don't agree with me, then I'm going to have you arrested. Okay? Because they need to be stopped. And we all should agree. No one here wants hate speech. We got to go after them, the ones that do the hate speech. They, them, woke. Yeah. It's real. It's real. Anyway, here's what the crime scene looked like. He, after massacring who knows how many people, we're going to find out the total soon. He lit the place on fire, and then I think he shot himself. Or no, he got into a gunfight. He lit the place on fire and then got into a gunfight with local police, and I think it was like some other person from some other jurisdiction or something there. But no, he got into a gunfight and died in a gunfight. So woke is dead. Well, I mean, a couple more of these, and then we'll successfully have killed woke. Good stuff. Good stuff. Just hanging out in Christian, Michigan. Nothing I love more than Jesus is love. Smashing my truck into a church, shoot it up, light the bitch on fire. Welcome to America.
God. That's really bad.
Oh, it's really bad. That sounds woke. Sounds woke to me. Well, it's just a little violence. It's every day, bro. It's every day, bro. It's every day, bro. Strangely enough, so here's the cop announcing this latest tragedy. Strangely enough, no mention of the obvious left-wing nature of the shooter. Kind of suspicious. Might have a wokey. Might be a woke mocarello, wokester. Might be all up in that woke juice. Looks pretty woke to me.
40-year-old suspect from Burton. He's a male. He drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church.
What was on the vehicle?
He then exited his vehicle, firing several.
Tisreal, that's a good point. Charlie Kirk had a pretty good point with that one. He meant it too. He died for that shit, dude.
Rounds at individuals with.
Right. He takes a break from speaking to take a big fucking bite out of avocado toast. That would be amazing.
Within the church. 10 gunshot victims have been transported to local hospitals at this time, including one who has been deceased. Officers who were trained immediately responded to the area.
Nice.
One was a DNR officer.
I don't like it.
And then one was a Grand Blanc Township officer, where they met the suspect and they engaged in gunfire with that particular individual, neutralizing that suspect. And that suspect is no longer with us. As I said, it is a 40-year-old male from Burton.
Accent, yeah.
During all this incident as well, there was a fire that occurred, and we believe that was deliberately set by the suspect. We do believe that we will find additional victims.
What's on the bullet casings? Can we get an image of the bullet casing before any investigation's been done whatsoever? Got a hot take?
Once we have that scene secured.
Violates regulations.
That fire was just extinguished by the Grand Blanc Township Fire Department.
Yeah, grin, indeed. Yeah, Charlie Kirk's last words were attempting to spread misinformation about black people committing more crimes than white people. Yeah. He lived and died for that shit. See here. Real quick. Yeah. Here's what Newsmax coverage looks like. Aaron Rupar reporting. Newsmax, we've seen a lot of churches attacked recently. Is this the time to talk about mental health? And this is what this politician had to say. Without a doubt. But if people are comparing Republicans and the president to Hitler, to fascists, there are those who are mentally unstable out there who will believe them. Is this working? Is this working? I agree, Ponder Monkey. But is this strategy working? Oh yeah, the real. Yeah, we gotta stop all this stuff. That's why we have to go after left wingers, right? Who call us mean names online, right? Is this working? Are right-wingers even buying this? I know the social media freaks and Reddit and whatnot, they're repeating all the talking points, but like, is regular rural right-wing America getting this connection? Oh yeah, we gotta stop free speech. Then that'll stop all the mass shootings. If we just get the liberals to stop calling us fascist on Twitter, then the mass shootings stop. Is anyone buying this? They're like super duper pushing it. All the talking heads, like the memo has been sent. Like, this is the new thing to talk about: left-wing violence, left-wing violence, left-wing violence. You know, be afraid, be afraid. Right? All the violence that we're seeing is it's they. Right? The unidentified they, the Antifa, whatever that means. But is it actually sticking? Because it doesn't. I mean, from my perspective, it's kind of like landing like a wet turd. You know, it's kind of. Oh yeah, no, we're buying it. We're buying it. Yeah, no doubt. Just get the wokies to stop saying fascist, and then problem solved. They're pushing the narrative. Repeat something enough. Yeah, I mean, fart buckle. I mean, obviously that's what they're trying, but sometimes that's more effective. You know, in the case of immigration, it's been incredibly effective. For example, right? Oh, be afraid, be afraid, be afraid. You know, they're coming after everything. They're making your life worse. Statistically, the data doesn't show that. You know, they commit less crimes. Blah 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 blah. But everyone internationally totally convinced that it's the brown person that's making their life worse. You know, they've succeeded in spreading that lie. But hey, I guess a lie's got to start somewhere. You know, and it's a lie this big is going to start in an absurd environment, but. You know, like Fart Buckle over there said, little wisdom from Fart Buckle. You know, just repeat it enough times, right? So this is maybe the beginning of that. Oh, you thought that was the only shooting? Oh no, buckle up, strap in, fellow American. There was yet another one. Multiple victims reported shooting at the Hideout, a private recreational community in Lake Ariel, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania State Police are actively investigating a shooting incident that occurred in the Hideout community Sunday afternoon. Police say the suspect has been taken into custody and there's no ongoing threat to the public. Suspect killed his parents and started shooting at homes in the communities. So, mental health breakdown, easy access to guns, kills his parents, decides, what the hell, open up fire. My life is over anyway. And starts opening up fire on random homes in the area. Cool. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. What do you write on the shell casings? Anti... I don't know. I literally can't come up with anything more lame than anti-ice. You know what I mean? Like, I literally can't. Like, it's the lamest shit I've ever seen. They're once again talking about, you know, they're repeating this lie over and over and over again. Fascist, saying fascist is the reason why everything is so bad, and it's because it's the left-wing criticism that's making America bad. It's you know, them pointing out that they pointing out that we're, you know, authoritarian fascists is the reason why all this violence is happening. It's inspiring people to come after us. They left. So here's Derek Van Orden. At this point, this reaches the threshold of domestic terrorism, responding to Gavin Newsom saying Stephen Miller is a fascist, which he objectively is. Right? So this is Derek Van Orden saying Gavin Newsom did it. This is no longer inflammatory. It is criminal. Then gives a fucking code in the law. No one is above the law. For our safety, we need to shut him up. So here's Mehdi Hassan over here. Oh, by the way, here's you calling Merrick Garland a fascist. Right, when they were pretending the meager amount of legal scrutiny that Donald Trump had was state fascism. Oh, it was the worst. Lawfare. So here he is calling Merrick Garland, literally the napkin on the table, Merrick Garland, a fascist. Right. Right. Welcome back, Ribbons. Mehdi Hassan is the certified GOAT, okay? And I'm not even allowed to say GOAT. I'm a 40-year-old, okay? They arrest me when I say that. I don't care. Come and arrest me. He's the motherfucking GOAT, greatest of all time. Number one on my list of journalists and journalistic operations right now, fighting against the tyrannical forces that all hurt us, right? Number one, Zeteo. Subscribe today, folks. I had to show you this. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I've been waiting all day to show you this one. So if you don't follow politics very closely, you might not understand the scummy kind of bullshit that Ryan Grimm and The Hill with Emily and Sagar Antonetti, how they kind of peddle this, like softly peddle right-wing narratives, softly peddle Russian propaganda, okay? Giving credence and pretending some of these ludicrous, absurd right-wing arguments have some kind of basis in reality, or like they try to, they try to like, try to be open-minded, right? Oh, well, if you take JD Vance's words at, if face value, and you just, if you don't apply any bias whatsoever and just take his words at face value, maybe he actually means what he's saying. Like the kind of like I said, soft peddling of right-wing narratives. So here's Ryan Grimm busting out the both sidesism on the left-wing violence, right? Oh, well, left, it's a big problem on the left. It's a big problem on the left. No, the fuck it isn't, actually. We all know it, but now this is the new reality, right? And then here, and it's like, he just does this. This is the kind of shit that Ryan Grimm and the rest of the fucking crew at The Hill does, except for Crystal. She doesn't do this. She doesn't really call it out either. Crystal Ball. But it's benefits the right wing. It adds legitimacy to the right wing claim that this is a both sides issue, and it's totally fucking absurd to say that. And what does it allow them to do? To say, well, it's a big problem, it's a big crisis, it's a big crisis. I mean, I know we have our own problems, but you're just as bad. You're just as bad. And here's Ryan Grimm out here to agree with that. Not going to refute that at all? Really? It's not both sides. It's objective reality that it's not both sides. You're not doing your job if you don't say that. It's not you being fair. It's not you being unbiased by peddling this lie. It's both sides. It's not you being fair, right? It's you being dishonest and you softly peddling a narrative that benefits the fascistic authoritarians. I don't know whether you're doing it intentionally. You think you're clever. You think this is contrarian. You think this is conciliatory. I don't know what the strategy is, but I know you're dead fucking wrong. And god damn it, did it feel good to see this shit called out, because it's never called out. He's never in a position where this shit is called out. He's either talking to somebody that's just happy to have anybody to interview, right? Or somebody that isn't savvy enough to call him out on this shit, or he's doing his own thing on the Hill. Welcome back, B. Reed. Good to see you. So this, I had to show you this. This is good shit. Big props to whoever this person is, Vlad, calling this out. Because, right, we're just supposed to assume both sides. Now that's true. How, it starts off small, right? Starts off, okay, we're just being conciliatory. I mean, we disagree privately, but, whatever. Okay, we're trying to have a discussion here, right? Starts off small, but this shit grows and festers, and we have to put the brakes on it. Say, no, there's an objective reality here, actually. And we're not just gonna brush past that. We are gonna talk about that. It's important.
I think algorithms make it more in our face than it genuinely is. But setting that aside, there are far too many people on the left that are genuinely supportive of political violence.
Give me an example.
Right. Just far too many people on the left supporting political violence. You can find any schmuck on social media saying literally anything. Literally. Leftist, and what is he talking about? Leaders on the left. That's what he's implying. Leaders on the left. Anybody, dude. Anybody. In office, running for office, right? Trying to run for office, being even the talking heads, like you're gonna what? You're gonna point to Destiny? You know what I mean? Like, who are you gonna point to? What clown are you gonna point to? That's talking about pro-violence on the left. The shit does not exist in educated people who are educated and enlightened, real leftist discourse. We're not talking about violence. We're talking about how counterproductive violence is. We're talking about how to avoid violence, how to make a safer, less violent society. So why would we hypocritically lean on violence as a solution? That's what's happening in real leftist leadership when leftists are talking. Yeah, we're arguing about stuff, but we're certainly not talking about, it's okay that healthcare worker was assassinated. He had it coming. Now, you can find some Luigi hat wearing freaks on the side of the fucking road like Jordan Sheridan was. By the way, props to Jordan Sheridan for showing the other guy. Right? You can find freaks saying shit. Okay? Right? Right out of their fucking mouth, right? But what is Ryan Grim implying? Leadership, politicians, those in charge. I'll check it out, strategy soon. Kind of on a roll here. Right? People that are in charge. That's who he's implying are advocating for leftist violence. So you surely have at least one example.
Genuinely supportive of political violence.
Give me an example.
Just on social media. Like if I go out.
The reason why I said give me an example is because when we are going to talk about this, right? Then what I can't do is 65 to 70% of the Twitter handles on there are bots. So if you're going to tell me that people on the left, I'm not talking about a nameless, faceless account of somebody that's celebrating something. I need people that celebrated violence in the way that Donald Trump said that maybe the 2A people could take care of.
Did this happen recently? Oh, hold on. Confirm if this happened recently. Did this happen recently? Holy shit, it looked... Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Okay, I am so sorry, strategy member. Oh, my God. Hold on. Oh, my God. Hold on. We're going to get back to this video. Hold on. Everyone, hit the fucking brakes. Anyone want to watch Pete? Anyone want to watch Pete Hegseth get fucking slapped right in the goddamn jimmies? Let's watch this shit. Yes! Oh, yes! One more time. One more time. Oh! I'm sorry. Is it fascistic for me? Is that hate crime for me to love this? Is that a hate crime? Oh, hell yeah. Oh no. The Department of War just got hit. Someone help the Department of War. Oh. One more time. Oh, get him. Oh. He was a skater boy. Now he can't have no boys. Oh, he gets it again. It just keeps happening. He just keeps slapping himself in the jimmies. I love this. Oh! Okay, no, that was appropriate, strategy member. I apologize. That was very inappropriate to interrupt me, whatever I was saying, to show me that immediately. That makes my day. Is that a hate crime, Pete? You gonna arrest me, Pete? Huh? You're committing political violence, making fun of me, slapping myself in the nuts. You're not allowed to do that. Violent left strikes again. Sorry, Pete. It's actually hilarious when you slap yourself in the nuts, buddy. It's actually pretty fucking funny. All right, anyway, back to Ryan Grim getting grilled for his both sides bullshit. How about you run back to the fucking Hill? Talk to a bunch of up their own ass right-wingers. Emily over here voting for Trump's second term. Sagar Enginetti voting for Trump's second term. Haven't heard apology one from neither one of them. You run back to the Hill, take some more money from Russia, Ryan.
So if you're going to tell me that people on the left, I'm not talking about a nameless, faceless account of somebody that's celebrating something. I need people that celebrated violence in the way that Donald Trump said that maybe the 2A people could take care of Hillary Clinton. People that celebrated violence in the way that Charlie Kirk himself suggested that someone should bail out Paul Pelosi's attacker.
Mm-hmm.
I need it from the people like Donald Trump Jr., who posted a picture of underwear and a hammer, joking about. I need that, and I need that from people that are.
No,
I'm talking.
No, show me one example. Show me one tweet from from Nancy Pelosi, like a bloody ear, like a Band-Aid bloody ear, making fun of Donald Trump getting shot, right? Or Hakeem Jeffries busting out thoughts and I don't know, busting out anything, any kind of criticism of them whatsoever, right? Showing Donald Trump going down the stairs with a piece of toilet paper, like anything. You can't get them on anything. They've literally said nothing that could indicate any kind of violence. And Ryan Grimm over here, oh, well, both sides. It's a big problem for both sides, right? They're definitely both sides, right? We agree, both sides, right? Right. Definitely both sides. Yeah, because I've seen lots of people driving around with trucks with Donald Trump tied up, hog-tied in the back with his fucking mouth gagged. I've seen lots of pictures of liberals driving around in their vehicles festooned, right? I've said that already.
Give me, when you say people on the left, give me direct examples of people that represent left thinking, that have huge, that are the structure and the undergird of this thing, not people on Twitter doing the Twitter thing.
Well, no, I can't give you that. It's that.
And props to fucking Ryan Grimm for admitting it. Because a Ben Shapiro, a right winger of any stripe, a Tim Pool, would bluster around it. He would bluster around this question and use rhetorical techniques. But here's Ryan Grimm saying, like, I actually got nothing on that one. I got nothing for that. Yeah, no, I have zero evidence of any left wing politician or even left wing, characters like Hassan and stuff. You know what I mean? I have no direct evidence of them supporting political violence.
Well, no, I can't give you that. That's not the,
because it's not out there, Ryan. That's why you can't. You can't give me that because it's not out there.
I mean, maybe they're all bots, but if I go out and make some of those points, just look at my inbox, look at my mentions, look at my DMs.
Right, a bunch of lunatics on a right-wing social media platform filled with robots, as you said. That's supposed to represent the left? You can't be an honest journalist and say that. You can't be an honest fucking journalist and say that shit, dude. Because you wouldn't say that. You would be given all kinds of credit to the right. It's like, oh, Ted Cruz isn't 100% represented by the psychopathic, racist, incest, fucking loving constituents of his. Just because some Ted Cruz voter is running around with a Nazi flag, that doesn't mean Ted Cruz is a Nazi. But here he is casually. Oh, I mean, well, anytime I put anything online, a bunch of weird freakazoids say a bunch of crazy shit in my comments and inbox. Okay, is a single one of those from Nancy Pelosi?
They just light up. So that's what we have to go by.
Dishonest, and he's too fucking smart. He's too fucking smart to know that it isn't. He fucking knows it is. So that tells me it's intentional. So that tells me he has propagandistic goals and aspirations, right? He wants to take information and bend it towards a narrative, and he's doing it intentionally. It's not the first time Ryan Grimm has been called out for this kind of shit, okay? This is not the first rodeo with Ryan Grimm. Moving on, though. Here's a pretty good example. The right wing getting called out for this. Like I said, is this working? This is at a Turning Point USA conference. This incredibly ballsy son of a bitch right here getting up and saying, what are you talking about with the left over here? Statistically, you're just not there. You're just not even close. no one's buying this.
Why you support a president who contributes to the rhetoric that got your friend Charlie killed. We saw his rally recently. He said, "I hate my enemies." Stephen Miller said similar things. How can you support him when he contributed to what got Charlie killed?
Assumes facts, not evidence. What you said is not true.
70% of political violence is committed by Republicans.
Okay.
Look it up.
That's not
DOJ just pulled it. The DOJ just pulled it from their website. DOJ just pulled the study from their website because they're delusional.
That's not true because
it just pulled it. Look it up.
This goes back to Trump 1. Remember the famous, we wouldn't have such a COVID problem if we just stopped with all the testing. It's really just makes perfect sense to me. And we're applying that logic to starving people. We're now applying that logic to political violence. Well, if we don't know, if there's no data to support any argument, then we can just kind of, right? Because there'll always be enough people where it's not happening to them, and they can just delusionally go along with what I'm saying, right? The country's big enough, right? There'll always be enough people where it's like, it's not happening to them. I guess it's not a problem. And if there's no scientific data, if there's no statistics, if there's nothing to back up any argument, then any schmuck can make any argument. It's a perfect liar's paradise, right? Where facts not only don't matter, they don't exist. How do you know that, huh, Slick? How do you know that there's a problem with starving people? What? I fired all the people keeping track. I fired all the people doing studies. So you have no fucking idea how many starving people they are. Well, sir, I walk around. There's like millions of starving people everywhere. You don't know that. You don't know that. By the way, you're fired. Kidnap him. Send him away to a gulag. How dare you stand up against me? Did I teach everybody else not to say no to me? Thank you very much. Moving on with my day. This is how dictators work. It's how you get a Putin. Going back to the Michigan shooting here, here's proud, lying fascist Levitt, Christian Levitt, forget her fucking name, Levitt on Michigan shooting. As the president rightfully put this in his Truth Social yesterday, this appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians. So they're not, not the left, but it's them, it's they, they're attacking Christians. They're attacking Christians. And the Trump administration is fully committed to not only investigating these crimes, but prosecuting them to the fullest extent of the law. Okay, they're all over it, folks. Don't you worry. This one's from Woke Patriot, I believe. Anson man arrested for threatening Pride Parade to send a clear message. So we should expect... it's going to be funny. They're going to, this really isn't going to work out. Because there's going to be more every day, every week at least. There's going to be another right-wing explosion of violence somewhere across the country. These people are unstable, okay? They believe in fairy tales. Their lives are shambles sometimes. They don't know how to handle stress, substance abuse problems, undiagnosed mental health issues. They're a fucking mess. In some of these rural towns, okay? Some real fucking problems, okay? How many times have you wanted to drive your truck into a church and shoot it up, then light it on fire, okay? Shit's real out there. Yeah, exactly. Ideal subjects for ICE. No, I mean, unironically, if he wasn't overweight. I think that I haven't seen too many, blatantly obese. I don't know. Maybe I said that, but I don't know. There was a pretty fat dude we just saw chasing down that guy in the bike. I don't know. But no, I mean, unironically, yeah, you want a job at ICE? You're a go-getter. You're enthusiastic. We could use it. We could use your energy on our team. America's war ravaged. I mean, we're not though. But we're in a mental health crisis and also a nihilism crisis. People have completely lost hope at any future positive present. Needs a job at Weight Watchers. Get up. Get up. Sally Struthers, this motherfucker. Nihilism mentioned, you bet. I hate to do the BTC. He's on the shit list, folks. Okay? They were paid money. Him and Packman were paid money by a shadowy, Democratic-connected, Israel-connected organization to not talk about genocide, and they did what they were told. We are not forgetting that, BTC. And look, you come out with a video and say, not only am I not sorry, but I'm going to turn this apology video into an advertisement. Join today. No. Taylor Lorenz reporting is accurate in this case. It's not about fucking Chorus. It's about who's paying Chorus. Why we're not allowed to talk about it. Why you're taking money, and why the contract says there's certain things that you're not allowed to talk about, and then you do what you're told. You need to apologize, BTC. And same to you, Pac-Man, but I don't expect an apology from Pac-Man. Guy is clearly never going to apologize, never going to admit he was wrong. I'm not going to say dark side, Lenny. You're of course allowed to your opinion. Would never take that away. But I am severely disappointed in BTC and Pac-Man. Right. And, I am not in the future when I see their faces, if I use any of their content, I will be pointing out that they took money to be quiet about a genocide and then did what they were told. Even though BTC is doing great work covering the anti-democratic Republican authoritarian movement in the United States and their attack specifically on legal, this legal precedent, that legal precedent, this, legalese, getting into the legal weeds. He does a really good job doing that, but that does not give you a break to take thousands of dollars to stay quiet on Israel and Gaza. That's beyond fucked up, and I'm not going to let that go. Anyway, had a banger tweet. He says the cognitive dissonance here is truly incredible, and it truly is. So here's a right winger doing the whole like both sides. Once again, that's the narrative. Both sides. So she's got a chart here, and she's like, see, in the first few months of 2025. The first couple days of 2025, there was more left-wing violence than right-wing violence. Got him! Proof that it's... And then Ryan Grimm looks at that and goes, yep, that's proof. By the way, so like the joke is, though, look at the chart. All the gray is right-wing violence. The yellow you see is left-wing violence throughout the years. These are each one is a year. 1994 to 2025. So even in her own chart, it blatantly and obviously shows that right-wingers are way more violent than left-wingers. She's using that as evidence that the left wing is more violent. And then Ryan Grimm gets in front of a camera and agrees. Is Ryan Grimm stupid? Doesn't seem like a stupid person, Ryan Grimm. Right? He's not a stupid person. So that leaves me to believe that he is intentionally misconstruing certain data to... I don't know what his goals are. I don't know why. I don't know if you get a big fat paycheck at the end of the year from Russia. This is how much damage you did to the zeitgeist. This is how many lies and misinformation you spread throughout the year. Congratulations. It's like a video game. You get tallied up. Not bad, not bad. Yeah. I did spread that both sides lie about political violence. I did that. Yeah, I did that for months and months. I tried to convince people it was both sides until something else happened, and then I went on to the next thing. So this is what the right-wingers got, huh? Oh, you nailed me. Yeah, no, definitely. Looking at this 30-year chart, 30-fucking-year chart, clearly I can see right-wingers are incredibly way more violent than left-wingers. Thank you for that proof. Appreciate it, Abigail. Smart one. Well, but did you see the first few months of 2025, the left-wing violence is off the charts. they haven't even added in, the months leading up to right now, which would obviously make it way more lopsided because there's been way more right-wing violence throughout the year. So here's just more of this, calling us a fascist is illegal. If this is an incitement to violence, I don't know what is. Wow, he doesn't know what it is. Go figure, a right-winger doesn't know what the fuck anything is. So here's Gavin Newsom doubling down on it, and I got to say, I respect this. This is great. He's not backing away. By the way, he's the only one. I don't see any other Democrats doing this, do you? But he's like, yeah, no, you're a fascist, and we're going to keep saying it. So here's Adriana Cabrillo giving Elon Musk $5 a month. But she said, calling us fascists is incitement to violence. Okay, fascist. That's really the only response, right? They want to make it illegal to criticize them. How adorable. They want to make it illegal to criticize them and then shame you for being woke and cancel culture. In the same breath. You thought I was done with the shootings? You thought I was done with the massacres? Yet another one happened. This has happened a couple hours ago, September 27th, a couple days ago. Person shot up a little... what is this? A waterfront bar? I don't know if you've ever seen these before, but they're bars that are kind of like on the water. You can swim up to them and have a drink, or get your boat up there, get a drink while you're boating around. Like, it's very recreational, very fun. So someone did a drive-by boating, shot this bar up on a boat, Grand Theft Auto style.
3 people are dead and several others injured after a person on a boat opened fire on a crowd at a riverfront bar in North Carolina. Cool. Officials there say they have a person matching the description of the shooter in custody, and there is no further threat to the public.
Cool. That's a total lie, by the way. No further threat from the public from this individual. The public is completely in threat. There's just going to be another one tomorrow. What the hell is this? Is this like a Dragon?
Was sent here by
Oh, great! It's from a Dragon Ball Z porno.
Perverted old scientist to taste the strongest puss in the universe. Is that what you're saying?
Oh man.
Was sent here by a perverted old scientist to taste the strongest puss in the universe. Is that what you're saying?
That was a recommended video. The algorithm recommended that video. That was the top recommendation after watching a news bulletin about a mass shooting. Hey, I see that you're into the news. I see that you're into massacres. I see that you're into, nightmares. Would you like this scene from a Dragon Ball Z porn parody? No Academy Awards on that one? What are you talking about? That was beautiful. Laura Loomer, I kind of have a lot of examples of they're repeating this, like the entire spectrum, the entire right-wing fascosphere is repeating this lie. Left wing, they, be afraid. All this violence is left wing. Calling us names, calling us what we are is the reason why everything is happening. This is the new thing. This is the new thing that we're blaming all the problems on, right? Is that what you're saying? So here's what she had to say. So much for quote unquote turning down the temperature. I can't wait. I'm going to show you something at the end of this. You're going to love this. Okay, but anyway, back to this. When are we going to admit that Gavin Newsom is one of the ringleaders for assassination culture? Oh, that's good. Ooh, they're going to start calling us assassination culture, guys. That's a good one. He'll deliberately try to get Trump officials killed. I truly believe it. And when Laura Loomer believes it, she really believes it. Here's Gavin Newsom here pointing out obvious hypocrisy. So is this turning down the temperature, Laura? Sending armed Marines into American cities, calling Democrats a terrorist organization, using DOJ to go after political opponents, limiting free speech, saying speaking out is blood libel. That's a quote. That's a quote. Put that in quotations. Creating a enemies list. Right. So, did you guys know Laura Loomer is a hypocrite? It's amazing. So check this out. There's a Halloween mask for Laura Loomer. It's like perfect. She has fucked her face up so bad. This is a Halloween mask. That's not her face, right? If you know what she looks like she looks like this. She has surgically changed her face to such an extent she looks just like a cheap Halloween mask. That's a spitting image, dude. That's a spitting image. No joke. Look. This is a real image of her on the left. Look. Oh, get that off the screen, please. This is a real image of her. Look at that. That's her. Looks just like the Halloween mask, dude. That's how badly she fucked her shit up. It's a purge mask. It totally is. Oh, it totally is. Look at this thing. Look at this thing, man. Hold on. Can I just get the image? No, I got to open it up in Facebook. Okay. Well, you get it. Here's a funny skit depicting what's happened recently with the Justice Department. This is 1-to-1 accurate. Moving on to the next thing, by the way. This is 1-to-1 accurate. This is only comedic in that we have a man dressing up as a woman. Very badly, by the way. Like, what is this? This is supposed to be hair? What even is this? His clothing? Is this like someone just... It's like his boxer shorts. I don't know what the fuck this is. Anyway, literally though, without comedic anything, 1-to-1 accurate. This is what happened in the Justice Department last week.
Hello, I am U.S. Attorney...
Okay, hello, you're incredibly quiet. 1 second. Crank it up on my end. Then I'm going to crank it up on your end. Okay, start again.
Hello.
Hello.
I am U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Hello. I am the Trump-appointed U.S. Attorney for Virginia, Eric Siebert. Although I have conducted an exhaustive investigation, I have found no reason to indict former FBI Director James Comey. Thank you. You are fired. Hello. I am a Truth Social post by Donald Trump ordering you, Pam Bondi, to prosecute my political enemies. Hello. I am Lindsay Halligan. I am a close Trump ally with zero experience as a prosecutor. Hello. You are now the new U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. Thank you. Although I have only been on the job for 3 days, I have found extraordinary evidence to indict former FBI Director James Comey. Thank you. Today's indictment reflects our commitment to holding those who abuse positions of power accountable.
Literally, 1-to-1. Funny stuff. Funny stuff, huh? 1-to-1 accurate. It is literally that blatant. It's literally that bald-faced, transparent, right in your face contempt for your intelligence. Okay, I have a half hour left, and we got to talk about Russia, Ukraine. We got to talk about it. There's one video. There's a lot of stuff I have here. You know, Vladimir Putin mystery speech correlating with the big mystery meeting that the generals are getting together. You know, Pete put him together. Zelensky condemning the 12-hour-long drone strike from Russia into Ukraine. We got Poland warning Russia not to whine if its jets are shot down in NATO airspace. And then we also have Russia locking away up to 48 Ukrainian children in psychiatric hospitals for opposing the war. coming to a theater near you in America, right? Because they want to classify TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, as a real mental health issue, and they want to arrest people and hold them against their will for having TDS. So this is right in line with Putin over here, literally saying, oh, you disagree with Russia? Oh, young child, you disagree with Russia? Going to take you to a psychiatric hospital that's basically a brainwashing center, going to teach you how to be a good Russian. So that's what Russia is doing to Ukrainian children right now. So amazing videos there. But it's Moldova that we got to talk about. Moldova over here. And I have this amazing video from Channel 4. It's incredibly entertaining. It's long, but it's essential. I have just enough time to show you this whole video, and I think it's essential to show you the whole video. So we're going to end the stream on a long one here, but it's totally worth it. Trust me, it's well made. Why Putin made Moldova the new front line in Russia's hybrid war on Europe. So this is amazing. He sees an opportunity to take Moldova without troops, without an invasion, simply through the ballot box. And watching Russia do what they're doing to Moldova should show us what China is trying to do to Taiwan, what is happening in Belarusia, right? Belarusia. China. Hold on, where is it? There it is.
China.
There's more than one way to crack an egg. There's more than one way. It's not. God damn it! I always get it wrong. Bella, what? God damn it! I'll correct myself off screen, okay? And I'll correct myself. I misspoke. It's not Bella something. It's an ally, major ally. Putin is currently using their country to help invade in Ukraine. They're passing through troops. Belarus. Thank you. God, I always do that. Damn it. Belarus. Lukashenko is running the show. Belarus. Thank you. This is why I need you. I'm useless without you. I really am. Bela Lugosi? It's Bela Lugosi. Yes. Okay, but anyway, back to Moldova. It's easily ignored. It's a very small sliver right on the edge of Ukraine. But there's more than one way to crack an egg, and there's more than one way for an empire to take over a country. We're seeing this as kind of a new modern way to do that. This is how it started in Crimea, by the way, in Ukraine. This is, maybe referendum. Maybe we should be part of Russia, right? It was all accelerated and started by Russia intentionally. And when it failed, they just brought in the troops.
What links an amusement park, a convicted bank-robbing oligarch on the run in Moscow? What links an amusement park, a convicted bank-robbing oligarch on the run in Moscow, people being paid to vote and protest, and a massive Russian disinformation campaign? It's here, Moldova, a small country but with a huge election, one that won't just decide who forms the next.
Okay, so this is old news. This was put out actually 3 days ago. So this election that's being referenced was actually won by the pro-EU party. Is that what you're saying, Clutch Cargo? Pro-EU 50%, pro-Russian 24%. Yeah. All right, this is still a really good video though. I'm less inclined to show it though, knowing that they won. God, there's so many other good videos here. You know what? Okay, because of that news, do I cancel showing Moldova, instead talk more about fascism? Haven't we spent 3.5 hours talking about fascism? Can't this wait? What do we want to talk about? Okay, let's let the chat vote. 1 for Moldova, 2 for fascism. What video do you want to watch? 1 for Moldova, 2 for fascism. What is it? You tell me, chat. I can't decide. No, it's not my choice. It's your choice. What's a fascism? I need numbers here, folks. Numbers. Numerals. Okay? 1 or 2. We got 2. We got 1 vote for fascism. We got one. Where's my Moldova? We got 1 for Moldova. We got 1 for Moldova. We got 2 for fascism. 2 for fascism, 1 for Moldova. Come on, folks. Now get your vote in. Let's go. What's the video that we're going to watch? Which one? The Moldova one's longer. Which one do we want? 1. Wait, which one was that? 2. Okay, the second one's fascism. Was that 1, 2, 3, 1? Okay, it's tied. Now I'm confused. No, it's tied. We're tied. 3-3. We're tied, folks. Where are you at? One more. Where's that at? 2. There it is. 2. There it is. 1 was Moldova. Now you're confusing me. We're doing the fascism video because it's shorter. Well, no, because like I don't want to watch. Do you guys want to? Because it's like what if? It has a lot of like information. Like it is actually. You voted wrong. Wait, you wanted Moldova? Who voted Moldova? Okay, this whole thing has turned into. This is what leftism does. We can't even do democracy. We're terrible at democracy. Okay, what we need is a Mao. I'm going to be Mao, and Mao says we talk about fascism. Ooh, maybe we should watch this one instead. You guys want to talk about the Groypers instead of fascism? This is a really good video. God damn it. I'm running out of time. Which one's more interesting? Okay, no, we're going to do the fascism one. Why? Because it's produced well. The other one that's very interesting about Groypers and Black Pill accelerationism and Peter Thiel is not produced as well as this one by the Serfs, which is about fascism. This is really good. Okay, we have decided. Mao has decided. Let's proceed.
Wow, the future sure is fun, isn't it? While we don't have flying cars like Back to the Future 2 promised us, we do have the technology to instantly render images of Garfield with tits doing 9/11, so that's pretty weird. Even the US government is evolving with the new Secretary of...
Yeah, so this is the Secretary of War doing the gritty while at a game and apparently wasted as well. He was drinking some beer there. Secretary of War, folks. This is not an old image. This is not an old video.
War. I mean, I personally would have gone with God of War, but what do I know? I'm a Canadian. Deciding that in these trying times, with numerous rising catastrophes, what's really important to dedicate time and energy towards is honoring the brave American soldiers who slaughtered a bunch of children over 100 years ago.
Making it clear without hesitation that the soldiers...
So this is important because, Lenny, you're going to like this. This gets into the history of Wounded Knee and other American-funded atrocities. And what is the motivation behind evil people like Pete Hegseth here to reinvent history, to go back to, why are we talking about Wounded Knee, something that happened in the 1800s? Well, it's because of this American exceptionalism myth, and it's an important priority by characters like this, that that America represents good and virtuousness in every aspect, regardless of what the actual history is.
Who fought in the Battle of Wounded Knee in 1890 will keep their medals, and we're making it clear that they deserve those medals. This decision is now final.
They don't.
And their place in our nation's history is no longer up for debate.
Right. It isn't up for debate. They slaughtered women and children. They slaughtered sick men in their beds. It was a brutal massacre, an incredible stain on the American army, the history of America. It's something that America should be incredibly ashamed of. It's certainly not something we should be handing people medals over. Yeah, Natra, we don't use whataboutism to justify massacres around here. Maybe that's not what you were doing. But yeah, another crime being committed doesn't justify any crime, right? Surely you would agree with that. So, compare the USA to other civilizations, we're far less brutal than the others. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Technically, you're correct. Technically, you're correct, but it just doesn't seem to matter to me. I don't know. But thank you for agreeing, Natra.
We salute their memory, we honor their service, and we will never forget what they did.
Yes, when he's not being accused of drugging and raping women, Pete Hegseth is making an official...
Never forget, except for the atrocity part. Go ahead and forget that part. But everything else, them being heroes for killing children, remember that part.
Announcement that the perpetrators of the Wounded Knee massacre will be receiving their medals of honor after all. Seems odd.
That's the scene where he almost killed somebody in the back there. He threw an axe on him, fucking almost killed a guy. Doesn't even know, can't even hit a fucking target.
Isn't it? But out of nowhere, something that most Americans barely think about should be brought up personally by a high-ranking official in an administration constantly doing anything they can to avoid releasing the Epstein files.
Legalize comedy.
For those who don't know, the Wounded Knee Massacre is a widely accepted horrific act perpetrated by the U.S. government against the Lakota people. In 1887, the U.S. passed the Dawes Act that broke up tribal lands into individual allotments, forcing Native people into farming communities in an attempt to assimilate them. The result was a massive land loss for the Lakota and other nations. This ignited what will become known as the Ghost Dance movement, where Plains tribes began a renewal of their traditional ways and promoted the idea of expelling white settlers. The U.S. government saw the growing movement as a threat and began increasing their army presence by 1890. They intentionally targeted Lakota members such as Sitting Bull, who would eventually be assassinated.
So these were planned assassinations of hundreds of Native Americans, systemically reducing their numbers, enclosing them, and you know, turning the rest of them into, you know, colonized, you know, slaves, basically. Not slaves, but just, you know, men, conquered men in their own land, you know.
On December 15th, 1890, during an arrest attempt. On December 23rd, a large band of Lakota people led by Chief Spotted Elk, also known as Bigfoot, traveled towards Pine Ridge seeking refuge. By this point, many of them were sick and starving, and Bigfoot was ill with pneumonia. On December 28, 1890, they were intercepted by the U.S. 7th Cavalry and escorted to Wounded Knee Creek.
Sure, Ponder
There,
Monkey, yeah. The
hundreds of
colonization
people,
continues.
mostly women and children,
Yeah.
surrounded by soldiers.
In fact, information about Native Americans is still, in Channel 5 prove this, information about Native American struggle and Native American issues is still being censored on American internet. YouTube, you know, other social media, still actively censoring real information about America's colonial history. It's something else, you know? We don't want to talk about it. In Canada, it's the exact fucking opposite. Nobody sits still at Channel 5. Well, they're a bunch of Zoomers, right? But it's the exact opposite over here in Canada. Like, you know, and I'm not saying this to be disrespectful, but they do not stop talking about Native American, you know, issues around here, Native Canadian, sorry, issues around here. It is constantly being brought up on the radio, businesses acknowledging that they're on stolen land. It's a big topic of discussion around here. And like, you know, how the government is going to make up for the crimes of the past as well, is also a big topic over here in Canada.
There, hundreds of people, mostly women and children, surrounded by soldiers at gunpoint, were asked to disarm. As the tensions rose, a Lakota man named Black Coyote refused to give up his rifle, and shots began firing. The soldiers unleashed gunfire, massacring the elderly, women, children, and the few remaining men of the tribe.
Surviving women and children ran from the killing zone to seek protection in a nearby ravine, jumping into the ditch. Then military discipline among the soldiers disintegrated. Officers could not control their men as they chased down the survivors on horseback over several miles and killed them.
So imagine that, right? So no military discipline whatsoever. They go on. They're whipped up in a racist rage, right? These are not humans. These are cockroaches. These are savages, as they called them back in the day, and they were just having a good old time, chasing people down, sick people down, women and children, and yeah, you bet, they massacred the children too, running for their lives.
Then some soldiers went around killing the wounded laying on the ground.
The soldiers killed indiscriminately, and survivors reported that children who were seen attempting to flee while screaming were chased down by cavalrymen and executed.
American
Later,
soldiers.
a U.S. burial party found bodies scattered across the snow, buried in a mass grave. Sick, starving, and dying people were mass executed in a horrific act contributing to the ongoing genocide of indigenous people perpetrated by the United States government. Now, why would anyone in their right mind want to honor that? Well, at the time, the Army called it a battle, and 20 soldiers who participated received the Medal of Honor, an action that is understandably condemned to this day. But fast forward over 100 years, and Pete Hegseth, doing his best impression of a divorced car salesman who follows you home, proudly announced that the war criminals who slaughtered kids should be awarded the highest and most prestigious military decoration the goddamn United States of America can bestow. Now, far be it from me to say something like it feels a little bit fashy to want to memorialize child murderers as heroes, since apparently we can't use that word anymore.
What is it that you want people to do when you call them Nazis? What is it that you want them to do when you call them fascists?
We would like you to stop being that. That's the point of shaming you. We would like you to stop being fascistic.
People to do when you call them Nazis? What is it that you want them to do when you call them fascists?
Past comments that you've made about Donald Trump. You said I'm a never Trump guy.
Oh
never
my
liked him.
God, 103 in Carlsbad, New Mexico? Fuck no, dude, we're moving. We're moving. Pack up your shit. Yeah, no. We're packing up. We're packing it up. We're moving. I don't care. I don't care, dude. I'm moving to Antarctica. I don't care. 103. No, I'm quitting. I'm quitting my job. We're leaving. 103 in Carlsbad. Get the fuck out of there. Human beings don't live in places like this. Fucking reptiles live in this. What is this?
Terrible candidate. Idiot if you voted for him. Might be America's Hitler.
Which is always a great sign when people who are doing very paint-by-numbers versions of fascism want to restrict you from calling it out. But just like in Alex Jones dressing up as a certain World War II bad guy to troll the libs, behind closed doors, I don't think he or any other member of the administration mind being called white supremacists. Because that's what they are.
Yeah. Stephen Miller and I were friends at Duke. I generally like Stephen. We worked on an immigration debate.
Richard Spencer, famous right-wing supremacist, he said, "Hail victory, hail Trump," famously at a conference during Trump's first term. Proud white supremacist, Nazi, proud Nazi. This is one of the viral image of him getting punched in the face, punch a zombie. That's him.
Which
zombie,
we brought
Nazi,
Peter Brimelow
Nazi.
to campus.
It's an entire administration of rapists, pedophiles, and unrepentant white supremacists running the most powerful country on earth.
That's right.
Hell, the official government accounts have stopped wasting time with dog whistles and are blatantly advertising how much they love genocide of what they consider to be the lower race. Right. Here's why you should push back and never feel ashamed.
I think the reason why these paintings are controversial is that they were painted by an extreme racist, I believe, right? And someone correct me if I'm wrong, but these images right here are of paintings depicting America, desavaging the American lands. It was painted by John Gast. Yeah, American Progress, John Gast. Pretty sure John Gast was a massive, disgusting racist. If I'm remembering history correctly, let me know.
So stop wasting time with dog whistles and are blatantly advertising how much they love genocide of what they consider to be the lower race. Here's why you should push back and never feel ashamed to call out this bullshit for what it is.
She's a hero.
After the Civil War, one that was fought by racist traitors for the right to own and sell other human beings as property, the U.S. failed to do a true mea culpa.
Yeah.
The Confederacy was never fully put on trial for treason or crimes against humanity.
No.
The South was allowed to rewrite.
They got away with it. And they're back. They're fucking back. The Confederacy is back. It's in a new form, new name, same motherfuckers. But that was one of Lincoln's major mistakes. I understand what he was going for. And at the time, it made sense because at the time, it was like, I just want to stop the killing. No more. I don't want to do executions. But he was wrong. He was wrong. At the very least, major leadership should have been tried and sent to jail for life. Okay, look, you don't have the stomach for executions, whatever. But like only the tippy top got like slaps on the wrist. I think there was some executions. I shouldn't say slaps on the wrist. But only the tippy top. Everybody else got to go back home after trying, like a proto January 6th kind of in a way, right? They tried a super duper January 6th, and all shucks, we'll get them next time. Couldn't do it, and they all got to go back to their lives, no problem. Just regular Joes committing a massive treason, right? Shooting their fellow Americans, murdering their fellow Americans, and then they just got to go back home to their farms. They just couldn't have slaves anymore. Whoop-de-doo. Right? But they got to keep everything. Massive, big mistake. Big mistake.
It's a noble fight for states' rights, which is also known as the lost cause myth.
These pro-slavery advocates. For instance, you had guys like James Henry Thornwell, who, as one historian says, unlike capitalism or communism, which Thornwell believed altered social norms, he avowed that slavery was part of the social fabric and therefore unalterable. He even believed that Southern slaves had better lives than the British working class.
Right.
And you'll find
and by the way, that's the lie that PragerU currently repeats. And by the way, Republicans are trying to get PragerU into school classrooms. Just to give you one example of the kind of lies and mischaracterizations that they spread as fact over there at PragerU.
A lot of that kind of rhetoric with pro-slavery Southerners in the 1850s. So of course that got incorporated into the general myth. The next part is probably the one that you'll see the most on the internet. They either downplay or deny slavery's role in the causation of the Civil War. Normally they'll cloak it with things like states' rights or Southern loyalty. And in fact, they'll go out of their way to lionize Southerners' loyalty.
This minimalized slavery's role in the war and led to the foundation of Jim Crow segregation, lynching, and systemic disenfranchisement that continues to this day. White supremacist groups like the KKK grew in power, using terror to suppress black political power for decades. It cemented white supremacy in law and culture, normalized treason as heritage, and justified the continued conquest and oppression of Native nations. Treaties and agreements that were supposed to be signed into law were broken, and massacres like Sand Creek in 1864 and Wounded Knee in 1890 followed. There was no 40 acres and a mule as promised. No trials for enslavers or Confederate soldiers, and no structural reform of land ownership or wealth distribution.
Real history. You've probably seen their efforts to honor the Confederacy, but maybe you didn't know it was the UDC. They're the ones who covered the Southern landscape with memorials for Confederate leaders and soldiers. They used their fundraising and lobbying skills to pressure local governments into erecting monuments in prominent public spaces like courthouses and state capitals.
It's intentional. It's intentional rewriting of history, and we let them get away with it. You know, we let these fascistic elements get away with weaponizing free speech to, you know, continue their project of hate and ignorance. We didn't say no, you're not allowed to celebrate. You know, we started to, right? We started to tear these monuments down, but they saw it as the threat that it was. And they slapped a name on it, or they just repurposed a name that was already there, woke. And they started a war against it.
Installed here next to the state capitol by the United Daughters of the Confederacy.
The United Daughters of the Confederacy donated this memorial to the city back in the 30s.
If you refuse to hold ideologies or people accountable for slavery or genocide, then they don't go completely away.
They don't.
They morph into other systems of oppression like unpaid prison labor and institutional racism.
That's right.
In Canada, there was a Truth and Reconciliation Commission about the genocide of Indigenous people, but only 15 of the 95 calls to action were ever completed, and they were mostly ceremonial ones like land acknowledgements. So it's no surprise that there's a growing genocide denial movement.
Yeah, they put up a plaque. They put up a little plaque. There you go. Oh, so sorry. We killed everybody and took everything. So sorry. We're not gonna actively do anything, but here's the plaque that says, you know, our bad, we'll get you next time.
The country that thinks the residential school system was either partially beneficial or completely fake. Fascism becomes neo-fascism.
That's right.
This is why the far right works so hard at rewriting history to downplay the horrors of chattel slavery or do things as extreme as wanting to honor a bunch of cowardly soldiers who massacred fleeing defenseless children. There's no reason to mince words or give them the benefit of the doubt when the entire fascism bingo card has been filled at this point multiple times over. This is why, the year of our Lord 2025, a man accused of drugging and raping a woman whose body is covered in white supremacist tattoos goes in front of a camera to proclaim that he wants to honor and celebrate human monsters. That is being done by a fascistic government who are engaged.
You know, I don't know if the we the people is fascistic. But yeah, all of them, all the other ones look pretty fucking freaky weird. This one's really disturbing right here. This one's incredibly disturbing.
Goes in front of a camera to proclaim that he wants to honor and celebrate human monsters. That is being done by a fascistic government who are engaged in a war against their own citizens, targeting vulnerable minorities and spending almost as much time trying to deify a white supremacist as they are covering up the largest child abuse scandal next to the Catholic Church.
On Twitter, Musk says he doesn't need to see that video. He says he'll bring the sub to where the boys are found. He can test it himself. And then he wrote, "Sorry, pedo guy, you really did ask for it."
Elon Musk's name has appeared in files relating to Jeffrey Epstein, with reference to him potentially.
Hey, no problem, Lenny. You have yourself some fun in Las Vegas, and don't forget, it stays in Las Vegas, baby. You have some fun out there.
Visiting the island that Epstein owned.
Legalize comedy. The only reason anyone would want to commemorate monsters
legalize comedy,
who mass execute sick and dying children is because they want to normalize such behavior. Never be afraid to call something what it is. This is Nazi shit.
Oh,
because I don't know. I feel like liberals they have just enough empathy to be tricked by con men, but not enough to care about the children in Palestine, and it's a very frustrating thing.
Right.
Because he's crying, and it's like sure you can cry about one person being shot, but that person's being used for propaganda. They said they want to make coins with Charlie Kirk's face on it. It's like, that's not America. Normally we wait a couple years before putting a dead white supremacist on our money.
Well, that's a great job there from the Serfs. I'm not totally on board with everything that the Serfs, say, but pretty fucking good. Probably on board for about 80% of it. Right. I think really most of my criticisms of the Serfs is like their targets. Sometimes it's like they get a little bit mired in the drama shit. But as we've seen recently with the Groyper nihilistic movement, sometimes it helps having some people that are kind of following that narrative a little bit more closely than some of us who don't have time. So maybe there is some value in the Serfs drama farming, whatever. They're doing the best they can do, It's pretty hard to be a leftist and create a business model, a successful business model out of that. It's very, very difficult. So you got to give them credit. Smash off. You have a good one, Smash. Thank you. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Over to Smash. All right, I wish I could cover more news. I do, but I got to get rolling myself here. Big props to Smash. Big props to Rebel Phoenix, the Ponder Monkey, Lenny, Seneca Athena, Clutch Cargo, Natra, German Cow, Eric the Red, Simply Steve, Female Eunuchs. Big props, big props. Yeah, the left too busy being violent to run a business, exactly. Too busy plotting our next assassination. That'll fix it. That's what we all tell ourselves. We just one more.
I'm a Luigi.
Just one more Luigi. That'll show them, because that's what leftists talk about, right? There's no possible way to get three leftists in a room and have all three of them agree on political violence, even when talking about Hitler. I know, because I'm the guy that says we shouldn't kill baby Hitler. I have a solution to that problem. I've told you what my solution is to that one many times, so I don't need to get into it. But like, you can't get a leftist in there to agree about political violence. So we know it's absurd. We know it's absurd. Yeah, Rebel Phoenix, I couldn't disagree with you more. I mean, I really, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Look at Charlie Kirk, man. He might have been killed because it benefits them so much. Like, he might have been intentionally killed because him being a martyr is incredibly valuable to the police state. But even if he wasn't intentionally killed, like it's worked out so well for the right. Like, it has not helped the left at all to murk Charlie Kirk. It really hasn't. Even though we didn't have anything to do with it. We totally didn't. The guy was like not a leftist. He was barely an anythingist. Okay? He knew more about Team Fortress 2 than he did leftist politics. Changing that would change a lot. Yeah, if we could go back. Yeah, I mean, look, I hate Charlie Kirk, right? But if I could go back in time and save his life, I would. Yeah, I would. Oh, Hitler. Oh, what's the difference? Oh, geez. Sorry. Sorry. This is a bad joke. Bad joke. Thank you for unveiling the dark agenda. You got it, brother. We're going to fight the New World Order. We're going to fight the New World Order, brother. I'm going to wear a Hitler mustache to own the right wing. I'm going to show Alex Jones how to do it. I'm going to shave a Hitler mustache that'll show Ted Cruz. Canadian bearded man saves conservative activist life. Alt timeline headline. I'd do it. I would 100% do it. I wouldn't even really, it wouldn't even be a decision. Like, yes, no, yeah. I don't want to see anybody. It's like I'm working, like, I despise massacres. I despise mass shootings, but I'm cool with this dude getting shot? Like, come on, no. I'm not a pacifist, though. Right. In the case of Russia invading Ukraine, in the case of your own home being invaded, bust out the blicky. What do you got? You got to do what you got to do, right? When a motherfucker makes it you versus them, and it's your annihilation on the line, you have every right to defend yourself. So it's tough. It's tough. This world sucks. There's nothing's easy. Nothing's simple. Nothing is black and white. It really isn't. Even black and white isn't black and white. It's like nothing. Literally nothing is black and white. So it's tough. We just gotta stick it out together, folks. All right. How do we do that? How do we fix any of this? Well, it's actually quite simple. There's a 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. It's a lot of fun. We do it here on the News Underground. Step 2, sign up, show up. Type into Google what kind of activist movement you're into. Maybe you're a single-payer healthcare person. Maybe you're a college education guy. Maybe you're really into the goddamn animals. You want to save the fucking dolphins. Okay? Maybe you're really into bugs. You want to save the bees. Or I don't care. I literally do not care. Your whole thing could be the guy in the bee costume at the protests. That is awesome. And you should do that. Right? I do not care. The only thing that's important is signing up and showing up. Because step 3, we got to put in the work. Like that guy that we all used to know, dude, that I would have saved his life. And the bribery, that could be your thing. Get out there. End the bribery. Okay? That's how we fix it. It's, we got to put in the work. Nonviolent, direct political action. I don't got time. Well, great, Empire's got time. Oligarchy's got time. Fascism has time. And they're gobbling up your freedoms. They're gobbling up your liberties. We have little choice but to act. We have little choice but to engage in nonviolent, direct political action. We really don't have much of a choice at all. Nonviolent, direct political action. I am abandoned nihilism. It's my goal. It's what I live for. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Free some motherfucking Palestine. Free Tibet. Free Taiwan. That's all I got. Take care of yourself. That's all I got. That's all you get from me. That's it. Freedom. You mean that shit or don't you? You mean that shit or don't you? Freedom. What does that mean? I'm gonna die on my feet.